But yes, hello, hello. Lower it a little bit. Okay. I'll put it down to 20-ish then. But yes, hello. We are here with the new Paranormasight game, The Mermaid's Curse. Announced 2 weeks ago. It's here now. Thank you, Square Enix. Not for giving me a code or anything. I didn't get anything like that. No, I'm just thank you for making another one of these. I genuinely didn't think that would happen. Like it's like, you know, just I don't know. I don't really know. Like you don't get very many smaller projects like this out of bigger companies like this. So, you know, it's always nice. Ugh. But yeah, no. I guess we can just hop right in and see what's going on. Whoa. Zooming right in there. Oh. Oh, hello again, you. My apologies for the wait. Welcome. Welcome. We're just right in it. We're back in it with you. How wonderful it is to see you again. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of Paranormasight. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story. What can't this freak do? But there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me a while longer. But yeah, like for frame of reference, like when I played the first game, I did not have my fully human form. I was still chibi. So it's been long enough for me to evolve. That's how long it's been. First, this game uses autosave. This game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. Next, please look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. Ooh. I love the watery look. Very nice. Ooh. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness, controls, and other settings now before continuing. I mean, I did before I started the stream, but you know, all the same. Yeah, all looks good to me. Yep. Alright, I'm using mouse and keyboard. I don't need no damn A and B button. Yeah. Why are we talking about the settings menu? Yeah, you already know. We already know if you saw that first game. Ooh. Alright, let's see. Confirm, cancel, menu, scroll. Okay. And there's the gamepad. Press and hold the cancel button to fast forward through the game. This will skip all content regardless of whether you previously read it or not. Yep, that's how it worked in the first game. Oh. Oh, just that? Okay. Thanks. Now, let's go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen, look at your surroundings. You will once again become able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Okay, sure. It's a cave. Wonderful. Well done. You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please, go ahead and try it with me. Bravo! A fine display. There are times when you will be presented with options such as these. What is this place? Who am I? Do not fear. You'll come to know where we are eventually. Once you have seen everything an option has to offer, a check mark will appear next to it, like so. Oh? So you've forgotten who you are, have you? But there is no need for concern. It's for that reason that I'm here to guide you after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. I'll explain other essential functions when the time is right. Ah, yes, there is one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. As you may know, I previously served as a guide to a different tale in the world of Paranormasight, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Hanjo. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? I am. Yeah, we played that game. Is that so? So we have met before then. You looked quite different during our previous encounter, so I failed to recognize you at first. My apologies. Yeah, no, like I said, I was smaller. But I've grown. In that case, there's nothing I need to warn you about. Well, I believe I have kept you waiting long enough. The tale you're about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Issei Bay, a stretch of sea bordering the Mie Prefecture. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the widely familiar mermaid. Look at that thing. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yao Bikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Wakasa Province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Of course, as I just mentioned, these are only some of many legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. You know, it's just hitting me. When was the last time I played like a full-on visual novel on stream? It's been a while, I think. Like, I've played RPGs, sure, but it feels like it's been a while since I did a full-on visual novel. Not counting what I do with Ollie, because that's not my channel. They have also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that the mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. Thank you. Alright, Mie Prefecture, located in the eastern part of the Kii Peninsula in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland. Measuring like that, it has a narrow, elongated shape known for its rich natural diversity. Okay. Land of great beauty since ancient times. It was also purported to be the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of Issei Shrine, as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. I need to get back to Okami, speaking of, eventually, at some point. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea, separate from one in which we live, often described as an eternal paradise. Issei was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Now here's all the places that we're probably going to be seeing throughout the game. Local specialties include pearls, lobsters, abalone, oysters, Issei udon, Matsusaka beef, and many more. Enclosed bay in central Honshu, although its exact range varies. In this game, it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up to the line drawn from Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Dio. When Okami 2 comes out would be a good time. That's true. Now that the sequel's been announced, it's like, should I wait until they have a date for that? Half fish, half human being. A flyer of a mermaid, also known as Kairai. The first recorded appearance in Japan of a creature believed to be a mermaid was more than 1,300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki Chronicles of Japan. Mermaid was not a term in use, but most records are anecdotal and yada yada. Yeah, not until 2027. I got time. Often blurred the lines between human and fish, frequently portraying them as grotesque monsters. The Middle Ages saw the spread of the legend of Yao Bikuni, which claimed, yeah, we read that part. Mermaid mummies were exhibited in sideshows, and illustrations in literature featuring mermaids became more common. After, you know, the whole thing came out. It was also during this time that the depiction of mermaids having the upper body of a human and the lower of a fish became more widely recognized. Ooh. Although the details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the sirens of Greek mythologies. Mermaids. True. Sea monsters that over time came to be represented as the familiar half-fish, half-human figures. These mermaids were thought to be more akin to spirits or fairies in nature, enchanting those who encountered them with their beautiful feminine appearances and singing voices. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and some theories suggest that mermaids and their associated legends may in fact have originated from a sea mammal called a dugong. Alright. Oh, okay. We were on the new tab. Oh, that's actually very convenient. I don't think that was there in the first game. They just have a tab for like what's new. So you can just read all that as it pops up. Very nice, very nice. Either that or I just completely memory hold that, but it's fine. Either way, good QOL. Always appreciated. Yes, the files I just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. These have already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. It may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there is a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kameshima, an isolated island in the waters of Ise Bay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Famous for its karst landscapes and our beautiful scenery, it's a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and a mascot character, Kameshimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. You'll experience events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yuza Minakuchi. And if this is anything like the other game, there's gonna be a few more perspectives. But we'll see. We'll see. If nothing else, please remember that. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. Flush me down in there. Work of fiction. Kameshima is a fictional island with no counterpart in reality. Okay. Understood. Oh, look at the little... Oh, it's gone. Did you come to me, or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. The Tales of Ise, Passage 6-9, Gary no Sukai. August 7th, 1980X, in Toba City in the prefecture, in the Southern Sea. Ooh, we're on the boat. Right, this should do it. All good to go, Yuza? Yep, ready as ready can be. I feel so light, I bet I could even outswim a shark. No, more than that. I was born for this moment. The legend of Kameshima's patron saint of diving begins today. Boy, close your mouth. You're gonna catch flies in there. Apprentice Amadiver, 18 years old, a young man born and raised on Kameshima. Although generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. After losing his parents in the large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran Amadiver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school, but upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kameshima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kameshima, and he has recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become a diver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he's hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quiet and introverted as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Azami Kumoi, a boy his same age, and it eventually became a common sight to see the two of them getting up to mischief together. Although the disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most of Kameshima's inhabitants treated Yuza, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it's not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yuza's eccentric exploits. He's always quick to laugh and follow his lead. And then there's this guy. You ain't getting shit. You ain't knowing nothing about this storyteller. Ever. Well, that sounds pretty impressive. This is your first time diving out in the bay, so don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend, Azami Kumoi. Boink. 19 years old, a young man born and raised on Kameshima. He has been friends with Yuza since childhood. Friendly and caring personality, and his willingness to help those around him has made him someone islanders of all ages rely on in time of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out to sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an avid diver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on their own. A lot of people dying in these disasters. During the closed season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. He is now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Sayun Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. I think a big boat went down. Yeah, I'm kind of gathering as much. Alright. Yep, 2 of them often get up to mischief, although he's happy. For his reason, he's secretly welcome the news that Yuzu would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. Got it. Oink. No need to worry, Azami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. I'll hold you to that. Alright, down we go. The diving minigame will now commence. Follow the instructions to get used to the controls. Then press dive when you're ready. Oh. Okay, Literally throwing me in there, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll go in there. Only 2 controls are needed. Move mouse to look around, left click to perform action. Does he have stats? Yeah, I saw these like stat things in some of the like promo pictures, and I was like, is there gonna be like a level up system and stuff? And it's like, I guess so, yeah. The available action will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat, depending on the situation. Areas where sea creatures are located will be marked with begin by looking around to try and locate any potential catches. Ooh. Got you. Got ourselves a clam of some kind. Urchin! You gotta get their HP bar down. That's something. Your oxygen gauge will decrease while diving. Be sure to go back to the boat before it runs out. Return to the boat at any time by turning your viewpoint upwards and selecting return to boat. Your remaining oxygen will continue to decrease on the way back, so don't wait until it's too late. Got it. I just wanted to get that, though. I'm dying. Sorry. Okay. I knew there would be there's usually achievements for all the various ways you can die in this game, so I wanted to grab that real quick. But I got this now. Oh, there's too many. Alright. Damn, okay, wow. They were not kidding when they say you need a lot more time. Gotcha. Okay. It's like probably when it's like at a third, it'll be fine to go back. Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning. Just get like 2 things and go back up. It's not that bad. No wonder his diving rank is at the lowest. Yeah, no, shit. Okay. I think they just want me to get the 1 and go. I'm being too greedy for what is essentially the tutorial. I just gotta grab this and then leave. That's all I can do right now. Ooh. I tried being greedy. Look where it was getting me. This covers the basics for underwater gathering. Replay a tutorial. Can I get more? Can I get more stat? Can I get my rank up a bit more if I do it again? Apparently, the meter didn't reset. Yep, okay. There we go, that's 2. Easy. 2 big ones. Oh, I get to choose. I mean, we need to get our oxygen up bad. Did you see my boy? I could just grind this out if I wanted to, but I'd like to get moving. Okay, looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest you can catch at this time of year is probably an abalone. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. Okay. Okay, just the controls. Your score will be calculated based on the number of sea creatures gathered during that dive. It will go towards your diver rank. You can swim faster, stay underwater for longer, gather sea creatures easier, or detect them from farther away. Each skill can go up to 5. Alright, when using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's health bar. Higher your rank, the more likely you are to achieve that. Earn stars in your gathering log. Information on your catches will be recorded in your log. Each catch has individual variations, and the lowest and highest amount of points you've achieved for each can also be recorded. Gotcha, gotcha. Once you record the highest and lowest limits possible, a star mark will be added. Oh, and now we get to see. Okay. The Noble Scallop. A bivalve with shells that come in a range of bright colors such as red, purple, and yellow. Also known by a local name of apagai. Wait, is there something I missed? Hold on. Oh, okay. The term ama, most often written with characters meaning sea and woman, generally refers to the women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. That they practice free diving both to prevent over-harvesting and to help protect the marine environment. Although ama divers operate in many regions of Japan, the Toba and Shima regions are known for having the highest number of ama divers. These regions also exhibit customs unique to the area, such as the practice of carrying objects with the Saimon and Domon symbols to ward off misfortune. Even within Toba and Shima, rules and practices can vary greatly. For example, the practice of wearing white attire over the wetsuit is a common practice only in the Shima region. Despite the high population of ama divers in Issei Bay, there are none to be found north of Issei City. This being explained by a difference in the seafloor composition between two areas. While the sandy seafloor near Issei allowed for net fishing, the rocky seafloor in the Toba and Shima areas made net fishing difficult, leading to the adoption of free diving as an alternative. Abalone harvested by ama divers in Kusaki Town and Toba has traditionally been processed into ceremonial dried goods known as noshi owabi, which are then presented as an offering at Issei Shrine. This practice is said to have originated when Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the princess who enshrined Amaterasu at Issei Shrine, was searching for a suitable food to offer to the gods. When presented with abalones by an ama diver named Oben, the princess found them exceptionally delicious and decided that abalone would be the primary offering for the region. As a result, the ama divers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto rituals. And there are some regions where they perform ritual dances as offerings during Shinto festivals. Alright, okay. This game only uses the traditional characters of sea and women when the language is set to Japanese. Gotcha. Understood. Yeah, I'm learning out here. It's not like you have to master everything all at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Alright, let's go again. Let's gather some more sea thingies. This is the bad direction. There's only one thing over here. What's that? Oh, immediately this meter is way bigger. I don't like this pit. Hmm? Oh, that's me, drowning and dying. What the hell is that? I don't like that. Ugh. No! Get away from me! Ah! Ooh! Bad first day, yeah. Ooh. Oh, man. Can't even tell if it's a panic attack or regular haunted, yeah. Ugh. Damn, they just hard cut me there. Oof. Yeesh. I guess I'll just go this way. And not worry about the hellhole over there. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Bro, there was a sea demon. Yeah. Alright, going up! Just made it. Those are some good points, I'd say. Let's do some gathering. And we got a little bit towards rank 3 as well. Let's do another so I can get more swimming stats. I'm not gonna max out stats immediately, but I would like to get a good head start, I suppose. Oh, that feels great. Oh, that's immediate improvement. I'm so glad I jumped for that. Out! I'm clicked him to go! Damn it. I was clicking the thing and it wasn't letting me go. That's their fault. Let's go again. It wasn't even the demons this time. It was just a misinput. It was a misinput, calm down. Okay. I keep cutting it very close, but it's alright. 107 times 2. It just means the combined pointage was 107. Gotcha. I mean, returning to the boat. Actually, returning to the boat faster sounds pretty good. I'll just get all of them to level 2 and then I'll leave. I think that's a good enough call as any. Ah, overshoot. Bring me up. Oh yeah, much better. Bonk. There we go, easy. Now leave me be. That achievement has a character in it that I haven't met yet. So I think that's a good of a cue as any to stop. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yusa. Managed to get a fair bit of diving in, huh? I bet you feel like you got an even better grasp on things now. Yeah, for sure. Look, my diver's rank gone up at least a bit, too. Oh, you don't even know the half of it, buddy. So, do you feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? Nope. I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yusa I've always been. Guess we're a bit off the mark, huh? I saw my dead body. Does that count? So, what do you want to do now? Should we call it... Sorry. Talk about the hole is a great prompt. Azami? Before we head back, can we talk for a bit? Sure. What's up? Anybody behind me? Oh, I can look at the ocean. Kamishima is located in the waters near the entrance to Issei Bay. As such, there are strict regulations on both the time and places Ama diving is allowed. The fishing boat. This fishing boat, the Sayon Maru, belongs to Azami's family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Azami was kind enough to bring it out for me. It used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes good care of it. Means he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. Dude. Huh? What's the... Dude. Oh, good eye user. Must have a knack for finding mockingbird. Did they give the birds a fucking theme song this time? Mockingbirds. This is supposed to be a bird? Yep, they're these famous bird stickers. No one knows who made them, but they show up everywhere. The theme song has a kazoo. Yeah. And a recorder. They're pretty unique, and there's something about the ideas of birds dressed up as delinquents, you know? It's weirdly charming. I was real surprised to find one on my boat, but I decided to leave it be. To commemorate the occasion, I guess. Dude, they saved the budget for what was most important. By the way, that's Mockingbird number 8, Tit for Tat. He's a long-tailed tit. Why'd you take note of any you find? Maybe they'll bring you good luck. Huh. I guess there's more of these Mockingbirds than I thought. Awesome, man. If that theme song plays every time you collect one, that's going to seriously undercut the tension in some bits, and that's gonna fry me. 20. Reach a total of 5 and 20 stickers collected to unlock fun bonus content at these milestones. Oh. There's more incentive beyond achievements. Oh, man. Ooh, this is Azami Kumoi, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids growing up on Kamishima. When I told him I wanted to become an Ama diver, he was quick to offer his full support. So, when I was diving just now, I gotta be more careful now. I gotta look a bit more thoroughly for those things. A giant hole in the seabed you'd never heard of before? Yeah, the rocks around it looked like they'd only recently collapsed. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Ah, how'd you mention it? There's a pretty big earthquake around here about 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it. Surely, I would hope not. Not just for how much of a pain in the ass that'd be, but also for logistics' sake. That's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, if you saw a giant hole in the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. Curious enough to try to take a look inside? It'd be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah? Right? So, I went to try and get a better look. And did you see anything? Well, I looked down into the hole and a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looked like you? It swam towards me with its hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me, or maybe it was trying to tell me something? Man. What did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. I felt like I couldn't resist somehow. It's even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was a patron of was carelessness and the lack of proper vigilance. Sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Yuza. That thing you ran into. You could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? Huh? You never heard of it? Well, I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar, though. Tomokazuki is sort of a ghost story around these parts. The story goes that sometimes when diving, an Ama diver will come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. Another version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want. When the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary. But wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? That's different. Maybe it forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe it just left it at home. Huh. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. You're pretty forgetful, though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Damn! Oh, that damn Tomokazuki, it knows my every weakness! Now that you mention it, though, I think I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries. It was a while ago, you know? What happened afterwards? Did anything happen after you took its hand? I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I'd blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and it had been some sort of hallucination. I see. Yeah, I guess that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw. That would be super embarrassing. Some people do say the Tomokazuki legends might have come about because of divers seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, It's no big deal even if it was a hallucination. The most important thing is that you're safe. Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, pretty weird. By the way, you know those symbols on your diving gear? Symbols. Yep, Simon and Domon. The Alma divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this was my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Interesting. If I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe. It could be thanks to your charm that you made it back safely. The sea is a dangerous place even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could have been even worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously, a shark would have been no laughing matter. Yep, okay, one of the islands on East I see the young Alma diver, known for her exceptional swimming skills. One day the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. The young diver dove into the sea but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove deeper until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. She ventured closer only to come face to face with a diver that looked like her. As she floated there, the other diver extended her hand, and it was an abalone, larger than any she had ever seen. She had to have it no matter what. She reached her hand out to take it. When her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull it away, but was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down to the depths of the ocean. Over time, this came to be known as the Tomokazuki, the Together Diver, due to it taking on identical appearance to its victims. Divers are warned never to accept the Tomokazuki's offerings, lest they suffer the same fate. Still greatly feared, and the Simon and Domon symbols inscribed on items they take with them when diving are charms said to protect them from. Gotcha. And we know about Simon. We got the general gist. We're good. Tomokazuki, huh? But why would something like that be here? Hey, Azami. About Tomokazuki just now. Yeah? You think it has anything to do with what we're looking into? Thanks for the big, like, me channel ass pointer. Ooh. Unlocked past recollection chapter. Okay. Hi, I'm here too. My apologies for the interruption. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. To make things clear, I must first tell you about the story chart. From here on, you'll return to this screen, the story chart, at breaks in the story. You see, a story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed to next. If the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter, for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Hey, Zombie, who's that behind you on the boat? What? Actually, judging by the camera, he's not on the boat. He might just be, like, levitating above the water. Once you have unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to peruse as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so do be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. Thanks, man. I feel like you've lost a bit of tact since we last met, but like, it's fine. It's fine. If so, they're just not acknowledging him. He's non-diegetic man in the scene. Did your mom have become an Alma diver because she wanted to find a Tomokazuki? She wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. Is that all you wanted to talk about? There's more. No, there's more. Actually, this might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this. Something really important. Hey, so you found a lead down there after all? I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible's gonna happen. Hey, I believe you. Go on, tell me everything. Cool. 10 minutes before another dead body reel shows up. Oh, they let me have the gathering right here, right there. Okay. So this has the crack on it, like in the first game, and it's got a bit of a sepia filter instead of a gray one. I'm going to assume that means it's done, but I'm not. I'll have to see. I'm gonna do the recollection chapter first since we unlocked it. A day before he sets off for the sea as an Amadiver, Yuza Minakuchi asks Azami Kumoi to meet him at the Kantekisho ruins. There's the space there, but it's fine. I see. If you say you want to be an Amadiver, then of course you got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Suyu. People are bound to tell you become an Amadiver here. Must have some other reason. One big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. Bro's dressed like how I used to dress when I was like 14. With the fucking polo shirt, damn. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Azami. Wouldn't take me even 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. So, what's up? Tell me everything. Ooh. This music is nice. These are the ruins of an old wartime building, the Kantekisho. The building's been abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. Yep, okay. Having been abandoned after the Second World War, the observation post has fallen into disrepair, and entry is now forbidden to the general public. Yo. Hey, Azami. What I'm about to say is gonna sound pretty crazy. You sure you still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on. Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. Oh, a mermaid, huh? And by tomorrow with that. That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious! In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I can tell you're not joking by a look on your face. You got some sort of reason for saying this, right? Go on. I'm listening. Thanks, Azami. Is it okay if I talk a little bit about the disaster 5 years ago? Ah, the disaster, huh? If you're okay with it, sure. Yeah, the audience needs the exposition a little bit, please. I was in middle school at the time. My parents would take me out into the bay on a little fishing boat. This massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 fishing boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, it was really terrible. Localized storm that broke out to the sea around 5 years ago. 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels that had sailed the sea from Kamishima were caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and Amadivers on board missing. The sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke and Mare, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kiyokichi, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. List of casualties. Medium-sized fishing vessel Daiichi Kiyosui Maru. Captain Kiyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. Ume Maru. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, interesting, reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel Minakuchi Maru. Tosuke and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger recovered with slight injuries. Dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Mare and Tosuke put a life buoy on their son Yuza and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed him. With a slim chance of survival, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the buoy, and successfully rescued. Although he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident left him in a state of confusion. He had little memory of what happened at the time. The accident plunged Kamishima into a deep state of sorrow. Fishermen and Ama divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and a memorial was erected to honor the loss. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor, Yuza, appeared relatively composed, in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azami, we talked about this before, he lost his father, but he supported him, supported Yuza, who had lost both of his parents. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them. The purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. Story, I think this boating acts will be incredibly relevant. No, since when do past events of 5+ years become a anchoring point of a mystery story? As rumors that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother Shuyu sent him away from the island to board at a high school in the mainland. He had sensed the islanders' resentment beginning to turn towards Yuza, and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target of their ire. Feelings of animosity towards Mari Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained even 5 years later. With the truth of the accident still shrouded, deep scars and suspicions continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. So what about the disaster do you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster were kind of hazy due to the shock. It's great that you're starting to remember. Oh, but I guess it's not exactly something you want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. It's just that the things I've remembered are a bit strange, so I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for being quiet up to now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So, about the accident. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in a whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a life buoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic and I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. I can imagine. It must have been really scary. The waves were knocking me around, so it took everything I had just to hold onto the buoy. In the end, I just watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything else. It wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. But right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. I got dragged down into the depths of the sea, life buoy and all. Huh? You got pulled under? But I thought... Yeah. Up until now, I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now. I was pulled down underneath the waves. Huh? I remember being caught in a current and tossed all around underwater. Ugh. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die there. Then, someone grabbed my hand. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. But I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. So you were saved by a mermaid? I'm sure of it. You look exactly what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? But it was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which would mean I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had. If that's the case, I'm gonna be super embarrassed. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? You must have gotten out of that situation somehow. Can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same, you have to be some sort of superhuman or something. Or not human at all. Man, who would have guessed there were mermaids here in Issei? If I really was saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. That's why you're looking for him, huh? Well, if we manage to find him, I've got to thank him for saving you too. So I was thinking about heading to where the disaster happened, diving there to see if I can find anything. Wait, are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking. I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least offer flowers if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it! Thanks, Azami. I owe you one. I need to double check for birds real quick, sorry. it just clicked with me. Sorry about, sorry to do this in the middle of your trauma recollection using my boy. Okay, it looks like there is not. We're good. But there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have more of a lead before we head out there. About that, mind if I say something crazy? Again? Sure, what's up? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Mare. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. But even to me, she never seemed to really fit in here. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? Said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her. Stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. Didn't really involve herself in community activities and almost never participated in local events. Felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders somehow. 20 years here and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered. Was there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. Looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Occupation, uses mother. Age unknown. Having gone missing 5 years ago, she was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. Full-time job, I mean. She remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing she was from a small town out of the mountains and that she had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. Although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. After settling on the island, she showed an interest in the Yama lifestyle and displayed a talent for free diving, Tsuyu acting as her instructor. She grew close to Tosuke, Tsuyu's only son, and eventually married him. Despite this, Mari was unable to fully shake off the air of mystery that surrounded her. Many islanders just didn't trust her. Something of a free spirit, her nonconformist ways, and somewhat naive personality meant she was often absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she first moved there, looking for something or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Tsuyu was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mari under Tsuyu's watchful eye. 3 generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years, until the sea disaster tore them apart. Since her disappearance in the disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. Damn, you can just disappear off the face of the earth and you're still not immune to blame. That's fucking crazy. Well, I guess even I thought she was a bit of an oddball at times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What? Really? Yep. What's that saying? Marching to the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. I've been so blind. A blind fool. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Huh? He's so overdramatic with it. But why'd you bring your mom up all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there are a few things that always bothered me. Oh no, I like him. Yeah, he's a bit of a dweeb, but like in a charming way. Oh? For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at ama diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out and not going back for hours. Huh. I guess that is all pretty weird, yeah. That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along today to show you. What is that? A fish scale? It's huge. It's gotta be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. I always just figured she held on to it because it was a rare find. Once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder. What fish could this scale have come from? And why was my mom holding on to it? Whoa, hold it right there. You're not saying... I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then... I kind of... Hold on, I want to be a jokester. Azami! It was you, wasn't it? No way. How'd you figure it out? Huh? Wait, for real? Like hell it's for real. Do I look like a mermaid to you? Ah, right. Of course you're not a mermaid. That was a bit of a reach myself. So, what did you really mean to say? What I meant to say was... Yeah, no, this dynamic is lovely. It was me. It was me, finding myself in a life or death situation awakened my hidden potential. And the next thing I knew, my legs had become fins and I could breathe underwater. My transformation into a mermaid was what saved me that fateful day. Whoa, you were a mermaid all along? I kind of went in a different direction than I was expecting. Actually, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to say. That wasn't too far off either. So, what'd you really mean to say? My mom. I think it was my mom. What do you think? I don't know. It's pretty out there. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us? Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. But after hearing your story, I can't just dismiss it out of hand either. That's really the case. My mom is really out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could see her again. It might be because they're still treated as missing instead of dead, but it wasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like my pop's just gonna show up at home again like nothing ever happened. Oh, even if your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. 1/4 fish, perhaps. If my mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids, then maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. Let's see. So you think that by trying out armor diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out? And maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. And if I really am descended from mermaids somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. Alright. I hadn't thought of that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay. I think I've gotten the gist of what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Azami. I haven't been happy with how people have been treating you since the disaster either. And what they say about your mom. If there's anything I could do to clear the air, I want to help. Thanks. I appreciate it. Though I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. It might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just say you're looking into your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would be best. Okay, now we got that settled. How about we head out tomorrow morning? That sound good to you? Yep, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. I should be able to tell Azami everything, right? Yep. What to do? Still, having to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well, sorry, I can't say right now. If we manage to find one, I'll explain everything. I promise. Well, as long as you tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. I wonder. It would be nice to have more help. Would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Tsukasa's going back to the mainland soon. I'd hate to bother her now. True. Still, knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See? I knew he'd be here. Whoa! Speak of the devil. When did you two get here? Oh? Talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you? Boys will be boys, I guess. She's so the V mouth is so charming. The expressions in like the art have just been just as on point as they were the first time around. A girl born and raised on Kamishima. She has a bright, friendly nature and inquisitive personality. Currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. She has been staying at a relative's house in Issei City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school in the mainland. Currently back on Kamishima for summer break. She frequently makes trips to the island on weekends and has been trying her hand at gathering since the current diving season began. Her estimated diver rank is 6. Damn, she's just barely outclassing us right now in the present. I love the harmonica, by the way, in this piece. She's been friends with Azami and Yuza since childhood, with their close rapport making up for their difference in years. It was more common to find her playing with the two boys than with girls her own age up until middle school. She's grown more conscious of her age difference in recent years and has put some difference between herself and them. She hit it off immediately with Sato Shiranami, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago. I was looking forward to showing her around the island and help her adapt to life there when she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Awao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she has since stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might still be involved in some way. She is 17. Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, you gotta hear me out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. I refused at first, but Azami insisted, and... Oh? Tell me more. You might as well admit it, Yusa. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? The enigmatic girl. She's... She kind of gives me the vibes of, like, Mio, but, like, stretched vertically. If that makes sense. A mysterious girl lodging with Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived on Kamishima, claiming that she was the child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the household, leading to many islanders wondering just who she is and what she's doing there. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be a daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. A huge television fan, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set in the Wakamura house, with her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. She's good friends with Tsukasa, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves, wandering the island together. Ah, let's all calm down, okay? It's not like that. We were having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Hey, don't just brush me off! You're getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent! You're the one who caused this mess, you know! Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't shown up to the association meeting, Azami. You should probably get going. Oh, damn! The meeting! Totally slipped my mind! Sorry, Yuza. I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming, even though you're so busy. I guess we'll be on our way too, then. Sorry, but we got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. We're never gonna progress in this story, bro. I'm just gonna keep recollecting till the day I die. So did you hear what we were talking about? Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy, though. I see. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami. I know what you guys are up to, but you've piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me all about it later, okay? Anyway, I'll see you later. Come on, Sato. Roger. Oh, and one more thing. You better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he better remember, too. Sure. I'll tell him later. There we go. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's not the... so there might still be something here, then. Because that cracked in a different way. Still kind of hard to tell, because that's got different graphics overall, but... we have this now, which is interesting. I'll just go over here for now, though. I'll backtrack later if it demands it. I just want to keep going. We're in the opening hours. Sato! You got a sec?
So, I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this. Sure, what's up? If you got a problem, leave it to me. Kamashima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Well, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Although I think the walking, talking kind of implies you're living already. Either way, hope you can help. You know, even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Tsukasa. Right, but you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere with no one else around, then.
Alright. Let's spend some time with the Goyles. I'll die for you, please don't.
Pardon me a moment, young ladies. Yes? You mean us? Yes, sorry for the trouble, but I was hoping to get some directions.
Oh, and yeah, even more characters that we saw in the promo stuff. Great. It keeps going. It's a fucking endless doll. It's a Matryoshka.
Oh, are you here sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima. I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where it is? The Wakamura residence? May I ask who you are? Oh, of course. Please pardon my manners.
I'm getting a drink real quick.
My name is Yumeko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo.
Whatever you say. Oh, a housewife. And who's this renegade-looking motherfucker?
And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me.
My pleasure. Let's open this up. I see. You always know the ones that say the least always have the most hiding, you know? 25.
Oh, you must be guests for the old man. The Wakamura house is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. You want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now.
Yeah, I'll click that. Ugh. Fuck.
Got it. Take care then.
Also, yeah, just show us the fucking shriveled fish person body. Yeah. There's our body. Took a little longer than 10 minutes, but we got one. Ma'am? Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you.
You know what? I miss Richter. Yeah. I feel that. I was, like I said, when I was rewatching my videos, I was like, man, this cast is just really good. And I mean, like, I'm sure the cast here will also be really good, but like, yeah, I do kind of miss Richter right now.
Huh. This had a really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guests. Yeah, there's something about them. Don't you think that's the kind of aura that sorcerers would give off? I know what you're getting at. I've heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately.
Shinobu Wakamura. Oh my god, this is the baldest man I've seen in a while. The single most influential person on Kamishima. Although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom, and through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest his fortune into the development of Kamishima, not only upgrading its fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island. Efforts that have earned him the appreciation of people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions, including serving as the Kamishima Fisheries Cooperative Association, or the head of such, and it is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. With many stories of him using force to get things to go his way, he is often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Having moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. It is said that he recently became an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo, and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. Okay, yeah, sorcerers, yeah. We had curse bearers last game. It's not too far, removed, but, alright.
They did say they were from Tokyo. Maybe they really are sorcerers. Whatever. Come on, Sato. Let's go. Yep.
Oh. We got the map again. Ugh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! I can jingle the keychain. Cute. They got the important attention to detail going on here, you know?
Okay, this spot should work fine. Oh man, I'm actually about to talk about it. I'm getting super nervous.
Hold on, I gotta look for birds. Okay, it doesn't look like there are any. Unless there's one in the sun now. This little bay is quite hard to find, so
Rarely anybody comes here, including tourists, which makes it a great place to talk in secret. Now that we're here to talk, she suddenly looks like she can't get the words out. Maybe I should be the one to nudge and ask from my side. Alrighty, you said you wanted some advice, so let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa? Well, I do want your advice. I'm not really sure where to start. Wow, I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her off with another topic to loosen her up. But, oh, Tsukasa, that reminds me. Did you guys have 2 hours of suspense drama the other day? Ah, right, you said you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Ma was watching a period drama. Darn, that actor you like had a good part. He turned out to be the killer, though. Oh, I wish I could have watched it. He did just kind of spoil it, though.
yeah, come on, Sato.
Wish you had a VCR like yours. You record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing.
Revolutionary technology.
Not many houses on the island have one, though. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best.
Just aged 10 years, thanks.
You love TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like. Really can't get enough of your TV. Eh? You think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. Nice. You should thank Old Man Wagamura for letting you watch as much as you want. We're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school. Even at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. Makes it damn hard for me to keep up with the conversations at school, you know? TV's just got too much influence on everyone. Can't blame them either, it's pretty fun.
Still going about the TV. Still haven't seen all the dialogue.
Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah? What happened? It said an Amadiver on the mainland went missing at sea. Yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently they're still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an Amadiver is. Yeah, even I've had a couple of moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go a little bit further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was that story about old human bones found in the seabed near Toba.
Thinking about that shriveled body, she might be okay.
Whoa! I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea.
I just hope it isn't like a curse or anything.
Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. The old Amma grannies always told us, we islanders live with the sea. Never forget how fearsome it can be. That's why the Amma divers wear charms and mind the proper rites, right? Yeah, gratitude, manners, and restraint towards the sea are never to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving.
Mermaid's curse? No way.
You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you've really brightened up. Maybe thanks to all the TV. Oh, was I really that gloomy before? Yeah, up until about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever we spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time, like nothing in the world really mattered to you. Oh, so that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now, either. This you, way better. Having fun stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep it up.
There we go. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Oban holidays are over.
Yeah, I head back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've only got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. Right. Time sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you. Me too. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days. Oh, what am I gonna do?
Guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive?
So the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow. Guess it's a get together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with Azami and Yuza. I couldn't give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense, you're pretty close friends. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff, just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then. No way! They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. Man, can't believe my summer break's already coming to an end. Yeah, it is kind of sad.
Blech. Okay, it's the same stuff. Some encyclopedia I am. Guess that was a lie.
Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So the thing is, I think I like someone. All right, go on. We'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon, and I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kamashima's living encyclopedia, I've seen this all on TV before. I probably know a thing or two that can help, for sure.
Immediately, the lesbian's ankle shot down. We hate to see it.
Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just don't really know what to do. So which of the two is the lucky guy? Yeah, I don't know. Who do you mean? Oh, no way. Don't tell me you think I like Asami or Yuza. Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance. They're perfect for each other, you know? They're basically like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Oops, sorry. I just assumed. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV, but I guess I really don't know anything. Sorry, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now.
Me.
Whoa, don't sweat it! Really, no dying. But then, who is it? No point dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro.
Ah, Mr. Wakamura's son.
I see, I see.
His visage just appears over the mountains.
He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I could see why you'd like him. Right? He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I've secretly admired him for ages, but I've always thought he just saw me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested.
When will my husband return from the war?
But now I go to school on the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an ama diver. I think he might see me as more of an adult now. More than before, anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to let him know how you feel while he's still on the island? Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. And tell him. I'm with you.
Blech. The only son of Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told he has been blessed with sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He is currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back on Kamishima for summer break. Although his father wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he has spent much of his life building up, Shotaro has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned insular ways of island society, and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. I see.
But I want to tell Shotaro how I feel by the day after tomorrow. What do you think I should do? You're staying with the Wakamuras right now, yeah? Know anything about him that might help? I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info.
Has a guy like that come from a guy who looks like a thumb? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no family resemblance there.
Yeah, much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo or anything? I'm afraid I'm not so sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. What about what he likes? Something he'd be happy to get?
Her expressions are great. Big fan of how expressive she is.
Let me think. Sorry, nothing's coming to mind at all. I really may as well just go die somewhere. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You've got to stop joking about dying like that.
Please, you're raising the flag, honey. Now the waves and cicadas surround us. It's your typical summer day.
Oh, Tsukasa, how about this? I'm pretty sure I can ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now, and we can plan from there. How does that sound? Ooh, sounds good. Thanks so much, Sato. So, we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call. That's the plan, yeah? Yep, since way back when, the tried and true way has always been a love letter. A classic method. I like it. You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alrighty. Then I'll ask him to come to the bay a little afternoon. That work for you? Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready by tomorrow. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course. I'll fix it up even if it kills me.
Honey, you've got to stop talking like this.
Thanks, I'll write it even if it kills me too. Oh, I'm already so nervous.
Hey, you two over there.
Yeah, is that who I think it is? Yeah, it is. It's Shotaro. Oh wow, speak of the devil.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Insane caller, yeah.
Oh, he's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami?
He didn't show up to today's association meeting.
Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. Oh, I think I know where he is. I'll go get him.
Oh, you do? I knew I could count on you, Tsukasa.
I'll let you handle it then. Sure, no problem. Oh man, he called me by my name. I am so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, Let's. First off, let's find those two. Bet they're up at the Kantakisho ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you.
You guys think he lived, like, to the end? Probably not, no. If I had to guess. Right. We got that early on, so I forgot, but we can get that real quick. Yumiko Shiki and Soto Kiryu head to the coast of Futamigara after receiving a report about a strange corpse found there. Let's see what's going on here. And in this prelude, we're gonna meet the old man and the and the blonde chick with the spell book. And we're gonna get their prelude probably.
Miss Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you all the way out here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands.
Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly don't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not. Kiki, doesn't this guy look like Kamihara from Emio, but like aged like 10 years older? He's got the same fucking fit. Almost the same look. Only difference is that he's got a shitty bowl cut.
But I do know it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it. So right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. I sure am glad it happened while you were still here, though. Well, with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all.
Masaru Ide.
Where is our cadaver, then? Still in the water over there, where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Over there, I see.
There it is. Corpse. Vision ability. Oh. We can turn it all green. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's the bird. Oh, it doesn't play the theme song each time? That was a one-time offer? Fuck, it's over.
This is Futamigawara, the coastline just northeast of Ise City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there are several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people are milling around. It certainly is an impressive sight. Too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists.
Yeah. The Turninator? Fuck off. Dude, come on. I gotta get out of here, man. I gotta get out of here.
The local police have the area closed off to make sure bystanders can't get too close.
Sound of the waves and the buzz from the onlookers fill the air around us. I suppose it's inevitable that the police being around would draw people's attention. I just hope it doesn't cause a commotion.
Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before saying anything, I think.
Okay.
Do we know what the situation was when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. From the sounds of it, a local civilian happened to cross it an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's a relief. We don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Where is that local now?
We got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there.
Please do.
Alright, look at the corpse.
I see. So this is the corpse in question, is it? Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now,
Almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right?
Let's take a closer look at it.
The body's lower half is identical to a fish's tail. If this was a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one.
It would seem like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward.
All the mermaids I've ever heard of have had the fish half start from the waist down. If it is a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research? Really? Several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces as the only human part, though. Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do their research then. This really is a corpse. I wonder when they died. I doubt their body would have ended up this desiccated if it had been the sea this whole time. You think there's the possibility that they died, shriveled up into a mummy-like state, then their body fell into the sea and got washed up here? It makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. There's no sign of any external wounds. I can't see anything that would have caused their death, at least. As you can see, there's no doubt it was a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity? Their identity? Given the state of the body, it'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features. We might have a chance using dental records. But that would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam. I don't know, man. Look at the fishtail, you tell me. I see. That makes sense. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been man-made in origin. Ooh. Mermaid mummy. Relics believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. In the 70s, some gathered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewings. These mummies have been documented in other countries. In the 1800s, the exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis has revealed fibers from materials such as wood or paper in their composition, exposing their man-made origins. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period was particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. You won't find me complaining if it is. No need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Maybe that's being too optimistic, though. We'll just have to see about that, won't we? When I first saw its expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. At the same time, I can't help but feel like they almost look satisfied? Could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied, And if I guess nothing else, go back. We really do have a mermaid on our hands. You think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true? Oh, so you're curious about that too, detective? Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. I see. I suppose that's a natural response. There are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. Might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to try and keep it hidden. Sure is a troublesome things we got on our hands here. Chomp a bit of it. I don't know about all that. Originally came to Mie from Tokyo to investigate another case. With so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Investigate another case, huh? So our housewife here is a secret detective. Detective Ide has been a huge help to us so far. We might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. Just consistently, gotcha. Anything else around here before I talk to my boy? My weird freak boy? I'm just gonna talk to him. Well, I think we have a decent grasp of the situation. What's your opinion, Soto? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the forsaken fish. Though the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Now you're speaking my language. Forsaken Fish, by the way. Ridiculous name, but, we'll run with it.
Just as expected, then. I suppose that's no surprise.
Eh? What was that just now?
We'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. Realize some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please, bear with us. This corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as the result of a curse.
What?
A former human?
And a curse, too. It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, that's not gonna fly in the case report by itself. Might explain a bit more for me?
Of course. Start with an explanation of our circumstances, then. I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course. Leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report.
Oh, confound it. But yeah.
First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for.
Offered to them by a twin ghost thing? Maybe. Wait, aren't you part of some secret department in the security division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not gonna get caught up in any troublesome business if you do, am I?
No need to worry, I doubt it will come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept a secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that'll be a problem.
Well, if you really insist, go ahead, I guess.
As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau.
That's a familiar one. Although officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Security Division, Paranormal Affairs Bureau, is more commonly referred to as simply Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by a general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in utmost secrecy. As there are currently only 5 members in the unit, including the chief, they utilize a network of psychic contacts across the country to assist with their cases. The current chief is a man named Koiru Nakagoshi. Although said to have been born of a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, Koiru is a elusive figure. Very few have met him in person, and he is rarely seen in the office. It's said this is because he has often been the target of curses. However, some theorize it is in fact because Koiru is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in his office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Koiru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. Alright, the term Nakagoshi case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. I see. Interesting. I got you. Jeez. Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though, if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place. This team loves their birds, what can I say? I guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police.
Precisely. I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake.
Well, seeing that corpse over there, there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Oh, does that mean you have spirit sense or some other sort of psychic powers?
Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As I mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I would rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible.
Right.
Soto here was my husband's protege when he used to work as a psychic, though. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to.
I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? And you say that like it's just another job. Really makes me feel like we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Miss Shiki, why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't all this be more in his line of work? True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately can't be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case, right? That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to me, or to us. We'll also handle the report, more specifically, Soto. He's fucking his face, dude. Dude, the expressions in this game are on point. Oh my god. Really? Thanks. That's a great help. Not again. There we go. Yep. He wasn't paying for that. We warned him before, is the thing, yeah? Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities, despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the elite unit for very particular reasons. Reasons known only to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of. Veteran police officer detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi. Tsutsumi mentioned, yay! And the two occasionally worked on investigations together. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures, and often her much-despised paperwork, to him. Yumeko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki. Soto is his cherished protege. Files as well. Yeah, we basically know about spirit sense. I'll skim through it just for the sake of reminding myself. Curses can themselves be divided into those that occur naturally, and those that are intentionally created by someone using an existing spirit or grudge. You can sense them, that's spirit sense. It's similar to a sense of smell, lingering energy, and all that. Yeah. Psychic ability is the special power to interact with or influence spirits. It covers a wide range of abilities. Also includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills such as peering into the future, capturing images with psychic photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities are known as psychics. Those who possess spirit sense but lack psychic ability are particularly susceptible to the influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such often fall victim to supernatural disasters or disturbances. Got it. So, does that mean you came all the way to Mie because you knew something like this was gonna happen? Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, this situation doesn't come as a huge surprise. If that's the case. Was the body from the other day one of those cases too, then? Blech. It was indeed, yes. Seriously? That does sound like a pain to deal with. I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case. If it lessens the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, detective. I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. But it's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? You must have a good reason for keeping it under wraps, after all. I think that would be wise, yes. Still, I never would have thought there's a curse out there that can turn people into fish. It only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. That's bound to cause misunderstandings. The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me was kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. I thought that might mean there are really mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm nor deny things there. Oh, I get why you were asking about the corpse's identity now. Because you realize they used to be human, right? That's right.
Very recently, too. Transformation likely happened yesterday, or even earlier today. What, that recently? Someone could really end up in a state like this after just a day? They certainly could. Seriously? These curses sure are scary. I'll get forensics to take a look when they get here then. Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Ah, right, the case from yesterday. Great, that should save us some effort then. Cursed one day, a mummified corpse the next. Sure is a scary world we live in. Becoming a large fish. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spirit sense as well. There have been times when I've caught a sight of strange things when walking down a road at night. When I looked into it later, I found that the place I had walked by had been the site of an accident or the like. Oh, that might be the real deal then. It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see. Jeez, what would happen then? I guess I'd end up possessed or something? There is that danger, yes. In the event you are possessed, you may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I hope it isn't the work of some spirit. People have their personalities taken over when possessed too. It may be possible with spirits who had a very close relationship with your target, such as if they were siblings or parents and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. That's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone. Hear the click of a gun loading, yep. You'd only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. I see. But in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Exactly. Hence the prevalence of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Huh. So that's how things work here. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that, though, so I think I should be fine. Having spirit sense seems like it's more trouble than it's worth somehow. It seems the time has come to explain our circumstances, Detective Ide. I'll make sure not to leave anything out. Well, it looks like I've talked with everything about him, so... What this case ended up involving, though, those particulars may end up being undisclosed for that much longer. Oh, just pick that up real quick. Okay, got it. Was just scamming. Boop. That too, if it's a deliberate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower their guard, he's certainly not one to be underestimated. Hold on. I gotta have a vision. If there's anything I can do here. Anything else? They haven't given me the tutorial for this yet, so I kind of doubt I'm supposed to be using it yet, but like, all the same. I don't really know what else to do. Corpse is checked off, surroundings are checked off. I guess I can just doink. He's worked with me as my assistant for a long time now, although he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. He's not officially with the police, but with my assignments being what they are, he has special permission to accompany me on investigations. Oh, there's your update. Yeah. Primary spiritual abilities. Curses. The ability to use particular curses to inflict harm or otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcibly binding a target in place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shagan. The ability to see the face of a deceased individual from their remains, allowing for a recreation of their features via portrait sketch.
Only a small piece of the deceased remains is necessary to use this ability. However, enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. He can do a lot of things, apparently. The Feast of Shadows. The ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Only effective at night. Soto himself is able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. Soto's family runs a small shrine dedicated to a certain Unmyoji from the Sengoku period. This Unmyoji is said to be an ancestor of the Kiryu family, which may explain why their bloodline has produced many individuals with a strong spirit sense over the years. Soto has an exceptionally potent spirit sense, even with this lineage, linked to abilities catching the attention of Itensai when he was 8. Itensai subsequently took him under his wing as his protege, and Soto underwent righteous training under his watchful eye. Even now, he's always quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumiko Shiki, and often supports her during her work. He also has a keen interest in swords, and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and eras. Shoutouts to Jasper.
Ma'am? What is it? Perhaps I could use my Shagan ability and see if it produces any results.
Ah, that's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeve.
Shagan? What does that do?
Patience, detective. You'll see soon enough.
Right.
There. It's done. Oh, so it went well, did it? Well done, Soto. What's this all about, then? Soto can see the face of the deceased from a piece of their remains, however small. He can then sketch their features based on what he saw. Ah, so that's how you got a sketch of the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the Force, you know. Well, I hear it doesn't always work, so it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? About that, I think it might be faster to see for yourself. His face. It's Amakawa. Wait, Amakawa? You can't mean... I might have been a little misdirected, but it's fine. Stretch that shit out. That's great. Yumiko Shiki arrives in Toba City, Mie Prefecture, to investigate the discovery of skeletal remains of her assistant, Soto Kiryu. Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. Get straight to the point. There is no doubt. Signs of a curse are already evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Understood. Hold on, I gotta look for birds. Keeping a watchful eye. Seems there are none around here, but I could also use my green sight, because it was easy to see one when I used this before. Nope, doesn't look it. We're good then. Diligent and earnest young man. His mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so. But yeah. To begin, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long, rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. That was about 10 days ago, so he fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area.
They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it! Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total. Underwater's haunted, true. But they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh? Meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10, and another 10, and so on. So roughly 1 body every 10 years? Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades? It's surrounded by rock, and with minimal current in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd have never known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. There's one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying that they were sliced straight through the bone? Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A curse echo in armor? Yes, judging from the crest on its armor, and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Right, the Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume. I'm not too sure. The Heike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Ah, yes, of course. I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. Oh my god, just the whole timeline. Ooh. I assume they're just gonna tell us all we need to. I might read up on this later, but I do need to be careful not to, like, read everything. I only have so much water.
What's more, the katana that Curse Echo carried, I believe it may have been the famed blade Nukamaru.
Nukamaru?
Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Tara no Tadamori.
I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse?
I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts.
But the body's being dumped every decade. Surely that can't be the curse too, can it?
Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else.
So this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there.
Indeed. However, I can't imagine a psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone. They are killing through its curse and discarding the bodies.
A curse stone?
Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They are created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic.
That sounds dangerously convenient.
There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Didn't you hear?
Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell.
Curse stones! We know what curse stones are. Beast of Shadow is also there.
So in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea.
Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary.
Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your shotgun, Soto?
Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though. The one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here's a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well.
Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset.
Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it.
Even so, none of those methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as a lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you.
We had the police compare the sketch against the missing people from 6 years ago. But no matches were found.
Darn, it would have made things much easier.
Detective Ide is continuing the investigation.
Ah, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good. So let's hope he proves it.
The sketches, victims' identities are unclear, all are male, each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. Most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's shotgun ability. Other remains show gradual aging, more than 30 years dating by. It's unlikely they could have drifted naturally. Victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. Yep. I needed to check something, actually. Oh, interesting that this is in gameplay guide. I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, we're gonna get some more sketches later, most likely, yeah? Restarting from the beginning. I just need to check something. A check mark will be added to scenes that do not have choices that affect story branching. If the chapter is finished, well, there are still tasks to be done. The chapter will not dim, but will instead remain lit up. Okay. So that one on the main path is clear. Gotcha. Because it is dimmed like all the flashback cases. I was wondering if like the crack signified something else, but no. Okay, it's about how it is in the first game. I was just curious if they changed something, and I didn't quite get it.
Say, Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals.
Good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse.
I guess we can't just leave things be now that we know there is a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it.
There you go again. Are you sure it's something you should be saying out loud? I just love how he has like a stoic demeanor 80% of the time, and then he just goes sopping wet cat mode with his expressions like the other 20%. It's great.
Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, yes, we all know how much you love your home. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. Do you see anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking at the sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The ocean actually is haunted, yes. The seal has broken. There's no doubt about it. So it's already broken? That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes. Something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh. So, there's a silver lining at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. Then we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps that's still something we can do. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. They said the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer, and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. I hope we can do something about the curse of the raging waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? I have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. I apologize on behalf of my family. Ma'am, behind you! Behind me? Who the fuck? Huh? Who's that? Is someone from town passing by? She bolted! Soto, after her! On it! Hey, stop! Let me go! I didn't do nothing wrong! I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Look at Smarm and me! You're suspicious ones, sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks won't be wary with shady types like you wandering through town? Ah, I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. You don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been here around 6 years ago. Huh? Nope, don't know him. I see. Then could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I've got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. Alright. Sorry for holding you up. What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Ma'am, I've learned of a few things. Excellent. Let's hear it. Hold on. Yeah, I knew immediately that they would have hidden one in here. Yup, that was number 13. Maverick Manny.
Yo! What is up? Anything else? No, doesn't seem it. One of those down the sea. Fuck, did it? So it did. 2 of them even. 3, 4. So that, oh, so, maybe that's one of the reasons why the diving node on the thing wasn't grayed out yet. Fucked up. I'll figure it out later. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it would seem that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide, then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near-perfect match. You're right, I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. I also asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently, she isn't originally from this town. Oh? Is that so? Indeed. Apparently, she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box? Supposedly, she used to work as an armor diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days, she keeps to herself, and no one even sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems odd she gets so worked up about strangers coming to town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if anyone showed up. Right, I mean, the most recent body is from 6 years ago. She arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. We'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somakawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somakawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well. I'll inform her. There we go. Somakawa. Gotcha. Boop. So this means that woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You could be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot. Thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Ooh, I don't know about that heartbeat in the music. It's pulsing my headphones weird. Regarding the unidentified skeletons. Until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. I think the same goes for that Somakawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end, too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, that we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. Regarding our main objective for the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves. Without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse by using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try and find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed, it's said that the item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointed at keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside a model of a mermaid mummy. One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head back to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. Is something wrong? No, it's just one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Ma'am? What was it? The person who called me over has shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid? Really? That same person reported it to a local authority and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. The local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do? They describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes, they said from the head to shoulders it was human, but below that, entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human? They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. But they thought it resembled a local llama diver named Tamiko Suma. What? Apparently, she went diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. That is likely what worried the witness the most. That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. Ooh. We're never free. We gotta go over here now. A mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika town. While Yumiko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. The oldest man currently living. I'm never getting back to Minakuchi. It's fine, though. I'm gripped, you know? One way or the other, I'm gripped, so it's fine. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. Tsuyoshiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Security Division, was it? Ha! And here I thought you were just some housemaid. You're sure you're from the police in that getup? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? "70 years old, a wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swathes of land, particularly in the Su and Ise region. Born in the Taisho period, unmarried, His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashima family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. I'm old. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a... Oh, I lost my place. Daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. He showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a liking to. This led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima, the Bald Dude. Those who received Yamashima's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe, bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unka Kudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. Big fan of every rich guy, just like in real life. Every rich guy in this game, you know. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, privately and publicly, has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Immortality, you say? He does a fuck ton of tax evasion.
Yes, I hear you've been doing some, under-the-table research into immortality.
And? So what if I am?
Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable.
You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police anyway?
It seems on this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately.
You don't say.
Excuse me real quick, I need to look for birds.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just give me a second. Oh shit, there's one right there.
Kiting killer. Dude, this one's kinda badass with it. Blech.
I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide, who seems is quite the capable fellow. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning.
What?
The corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody.
No idea what you're on about.
Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram.
Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unka Kudono?
This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based in Ishishima, along with rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special investigation has had an eye on him for a while, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence. Knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. He and the police are quite familiar with each other at this point. Though I don't believe he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind this. Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him.
But I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
Useless, the lot of them. Bunch of pushovers who have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches.
My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all?
His face will never not get me, I'm sorry.
Please, don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling. Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself.
He's just a little boy, 25 years old. That might have been true when I started my research.
Oh? I take it that isn't the case now.
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Won't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor.
Oh?
Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean you no longer have any need for immortality, then.
Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research. For medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change?
Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on.
Already chose my successor, no need to harp on about it anymore. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too.
What a smug, punchable face. Anyway, let's talk a little bit more, huh?
By the way, you're obviously not some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. Just a simple housewife.
A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you also's got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes.
Heh, doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you?
Phony?
Hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Whoa. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina.
No, if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. Occult craze. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilization, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness. Sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon. The urban legend of the Kuchisaki Onna and Hanako-san. Television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries featuring spirit photography, and UFOs have become the talk of the town, the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive, with no end to the craze in sight. Thanks for that. That Wakamura over there on Kanishima's one of them. Talk about a waste of potential.
Wakamura?
Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You're going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. Ha ha ha! How dare you?
Soto, calm down. He can think what he wants.
But
there's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality.
What would you know about that?
Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from. There seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say is that it's just that. A legend. It has no basis in reality at all.
How can you be so sure?
Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found?
Who's to say they aren't just living in hiding?
Legend of Yao Bikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it.
So you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always the chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere.
I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you?
I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out.
So you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over.
Huh. So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily.
You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute?
I'm saying that I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved.
I suppose so. Okay.
For some reason, this one ain't checking off, which I guess means we gotta come back later.
By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in this sketch. It seems he lived in the Isashima area around 6 years ago.
Nope, never seen him.
I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be?
First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me.
Yeah, I could have figured that much. Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came over to thrall some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo?
You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something this sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me that the layout of my house was unlucky, and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm, that sort of rubbish.
Your shouts the rubbish? A storm caused by a curse, you say?
He even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima.
I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult.
And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right?
You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Hell if I remember. Why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself?
Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you can tell us about this phony sorcerer Wakamura is so devoted to?
Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself.
Of course. We'll be sure to do so.
Ooh.
Or something like that in this summer heat. That's commitment to keeping up appearances. Yeah.
People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soto with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. He's our little goober. The splendid gardens all fall within the ground of Mr. Yamashina's Issei City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. But I suppose he has an image to maintain. After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely it was taken into custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and of his moniker, Unka Kudono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Certainly can't complain if he'll tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. I should have gotten to that first. My bad. So how about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. There we go. I just needed to think first and to get that to proc. My bad. I forgot sometimes that is necessary. Yeah. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive. What are you on about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say. And? Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ha! I knew it! More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. They have a lifespan of 800 years. That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse Mermaid placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible. It makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yabakuni did. I suppose that makes sense. Still, there'll always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for the curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. Oh, where exactly are these conditions? Sorry to disappoint. I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. Ooh, the 800-year immortal. I'm gonna assume we already know most of this. So it's fine. It's just there to recap for later. But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit! Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid! What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half fish, half human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid? That real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right. Which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that. You see, that mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish.
Another curse?
Another curse, wielded by mermaids as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed a mermaid over to us? The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that.
Curse is this, curse is that. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
Oh my. I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then.
They said it was likely a fake, but that's why I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but
It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse. Least of all, information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
all right, have it your way.
I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation.
She's kinda slay, I'm not gonna lie. I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing.
What is it?
You say there are real mermaids out here. Where are these real mermaids hiding then?
I suppose you could call it the eternal world.
The eternal world?
Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god.
Ryugu? And how do you get there?
I'm sorry to say Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
Ha! You could claim anything with a fairy tale like all that. Sounds like hokum.
That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends too.
Now that you mentioned it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishima or the like.
What? Wait a moment. Where'd you hear that story?
Ha! Caught your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records.
An island said to have been previously located just south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taishima, or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Isashima region. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. It's just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids.
I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual.
Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids. Every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. Oof. What a fucking freak. Anyway, I'm going to the city. Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown as of our findings as soon as possible. It's no problem. Go ahead. Hold on, I need to look for birds. What? Just give me a minute. None around here. Oh, okay then. This is one of Issei City's residential districts. Right now the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. And what do we have here? Oh, it's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about it catch your eye? No, I was just thinking. Surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over. Wondering about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry I don't have anything more presentable. Despite the heat, Soda looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. Whip. Did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really? That's great. Still, why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charge of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? I'm observant of you, detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second, is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. I've never met the guy, but I hear it's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I'll bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Hey, Nuz. No, all things considered, we're still in, like, the opener of the game. It's fine. I've just been poring over every little bit of text we've gotten, so I've really just been taking my sweet time. We're learning about mermaids and curses and, like, immortality and stuff. Pretty neat. Oh, well, I'm not sure you can say it went smoothly, but... She seems like someone who turns nice men into guys who will do what she says. That's why she's awesome. That's why she's serving. I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You, don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Yeah, we had like 2 seasons of the president, and now we're just going into like the prologues for each individual character. And now we're on like this mermaid bit, which I mean, I'm totally fine with. This has all been very fascinating, but like, still just kind of been a bit of a long diversion. Apparently, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. So 7 years ago, he was 19, no? And yeah, of course it'll be very relevant, so it's good to get it in early. From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of. Left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. Congrats on getting that job, by the way, Nuz. I see. That'd make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was Kipe Ikoma. Kipe Ikoma. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Issei City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put up as his address anymore. Oh? That's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If you went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We'll keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything, and that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case. Please do. Boop. Testimonies indicate the individual in this sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. Blech. Who the fuck? That's just the police box I was waiting at. Something you were wondering about? Oh no, I just happened to find myself looking at it, that's all. What about the old woman? Would you rather talk inside? There's no air conditioner, so it's probably cool around here. That's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. Okay, guess we don't have to worry. Oh, okay, these are just like NPCs going about their lives. Okay, gotcha. No need to worry. I saw her vanish and I was like, some sort of ghoul? Some sort of ghost? But no, it's fine, it's fine. The woman we spoke to said that the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. Well, that accurate? Then I'm sure we've got the right person. Still, how'd you even make that sketch? There's nothing left of the victim but bones. Well, let's just say it's classified for now. Right. I guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. Oh yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somikawa. Oh yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somikawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside that come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. Seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yep, though there is something I've been wondering about. Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be? Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. I have, yes. One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somikawa. So our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. Yeah, but then she died. Yeah, I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything. Oh, so you thought they might be related, too. I'm glad it wasn't just me. Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was thinking Mare Minakuchi could have survived the disaster. And you think she moved to Ijika and started going by her old name of Somikawa again? That's right. What do you think? Seems like a long shot, but maybe. But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster? Right. If she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It's difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you'd think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mare Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somikawa myself, so could you take a look at it for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. Yeah, that's just her. Yep. As if there was any doubt. What do you think, Soto? It's like, yeah, no, those sure are the exact same bangs. it's like grown out a little bit, which would track. Yep. Like, if she stays 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somakawa. Yeah, like, usually if they set up something this early, I'm like, there's a chance it's a red herring, but I don't know. I don't know about this one. I think this is just facts. The fact they're making all this breaking of her so early makes this is all sap, which is concerning. Yeah. So you agree it's a pretty solid theory? It's certainly worth looking into, yes. She really is Mare Minakuchi. There's something else that concerns me. Something else? This is just what I've heard. But it seems the islanders over on Kaneshima think this Mare Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. Why would they think that? No idea. But it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of a taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back to her home because of that. Surely not. Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave talking to Somakawa to you two then? We'll handle that, yes. But, so people believe this Mare Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here of all places. Wait. That's it. I remember now. The sole survivor of Taishima. His surname was Somakawa. There was something else about Somakawa. A wooden box? Oh, surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Oh? Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, can we ask you to keep looking into Kipe Ikoma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somakawa again, hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh, you had business in Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I can get back home to my husband. I see. You sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do. Though you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Oh, this is a long chunk. She constantly talks about her husband, but he's never actually seen. That'd be a good bit, yeah. Ooh. Bad news, ma'am. It seems we're a step too late. What do you mean? It seems someone came and took that Somakawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somakawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Ugh! Soto, what's wrong? This spiritual force is overwhelming. Ugh, my body won't move. What's going on?
Ugh.
There's the last one. Here, the last duo coming right up.
That girl over there. Is she doing this? You can withstand this curse. You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voithitikos phonema, guardian spirit, grant me wisdom of the numinous. Oh, high guiding spirit, light my path ahead.
It seems like they've saved us the effort of searching for them.
So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know.
Whoa. Nice dissolve. Who are you? This cut-in is kind of destroying me a little bit.
I can ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
So, you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here.
Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan.
On your signal. Use Sotokiryu's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the use curse button to signal him to use it. You have 3 chances to use the curse. Give me a second, I haven't saved a single time. we got like the Famicom Detective Club type beat going on here. We gotta like do the commands.
Can we assume the foreign man that took Miss Somikawa is a friend of yours then? So what if he is? What are you trying to follow then? Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk a bit? Not happening. You're just going to use a curse the moment I drop my focus.
She's on to us!
We'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this,
Kill her! She's a 15-year-old girl! Or thereabout, I would have to assume.
Sorry, but that won't work at me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see.
Definitely in her teens, then.
If you resist anymore, will I be taken in for obstruction of public duties? Wait, you're with the police? Despite appearances, yes. Defying us could net you quite the heavy punishment. I see. You must be from Paranormal Affairs. Then I definitely can't do what you say. What?
We'd rather not be heavy-handed. Let's find some other way to resolve this. Ooh.
What do you want with Miss Somikawa? I can say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What? You know about the relic? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I suppose this is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you got the straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? So we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Defending me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? So you're with Paranormal Affairs, but you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already?
I mean, shit, I got no other options.
Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Soto, you can stop now.
Ma'am?
Really? Thanks.
Fucking rush her!
No, you grown-ups and your dirty tricks. You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here? Yo. Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Takasaseri, guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me.
What? She broke the binding?
Bye-bye.
Oh, confound it! Stop right there!
Looks like she's given us a slip. I doubt I'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm going to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl.
Hey, another achievement.
I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now.
I see. So I assume she's indeed affiliated with them?
Yes, it seems her name is Circe Lunarlight. She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange. Part of her spiritual training, as I understand.
The Lunarlight family. I see.
Oh? Are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance.
What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture?
Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead.
Doesn't sound like they're keeping an eye on her at all.
Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her.
I see. More work for us, then.
Yes. The things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somikawa, too. I've got a bad feeling about all this.
Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area.
No. Not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think it's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow.
Understood. No recollection for her, huh? They're playing the long haul. They're playing the long haul. Gotcha, gotcha. Well! Finally! We can head back over to Yuza. But before I do that, I do actually think I need to take a quick BRB. I need to go get another bottle of water, so I'm gonna be back in, like, 2 or 3 minutes, sorry. But we're not quite done yet. I plan to go, like, 4 or 5 hours, so I still got a bit of juice left in me. But I'll be back in a flash. I'm back. And you know what? One dive. Because I want to see if I can find a bird sticker. I want to see if I can find one of the birds. Blech. Alright. Oh, that question mark's gotta be it. Fuck, but I don't have time. Ugh. Maybe, okay. Maybe one more then. Get me back down there. It does shuffle each time, which is the issue with hiding a collectible that I need to find down here. Okay, there are limits, though. I'm learning. It always stresses me out when it's, like, really close and then the meter disappears. It's like, ooh. Wait, is that one, too? No, it's just the load. Oh, that's to reset your stats. No, thank you. One more time, then. Hold on. Wait, what is that? Oh my god, it's huge! I don't have time for this! That's not what I was looking for. That's something else entirely. Sheesh. Never mind then. If that's not the bird, I guess I'll just leave it. Take me back to the story chart. Fun. I don't know, man. I'll come back on my own time, maybe, or maybe not. We'll see. Maybe that's something to happen in the story. I don't know. Either way, let's get back. The promised day arrives. After their usual morning dive, the group of 4 meet at the dock.
Hey, Azami, Yusa, over here. Good timing. I just got back, too.
Well, Tsukasa, how'd it go?
Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
What the heck was that evil chain? I don't know.
Check this out. 2 whole scallops.
Seriously, Tsukasa? You don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops.
Sure I do. That was hard work. You should be praising me.
Say, Yusa, how many scallops did you get on your first dive again? 10, I think.
Huh, not bad at all. You must have a talent for this, Yusa.
I wouldn't go that far. I bet Azami just picked a good spot. Hey, you're the one who snagged them. Don't sell yourself short, man.
Listen to you two buttering each other up. It's obvious from a mile off that you two make a great couple. I mean team. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound.
True. You always know the best thing to say, Sato.
For the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast.
Heh, guess you should have seen that coming.
So what's the plan for today? Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you.
Right. We promised we'd do whatever you wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen.
Now that's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea.
Ooh, sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that, just for fun.
Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even brought a new swimsuit for this. You got one picked out too, right, Sato? Sure do. Then after that, when it gets dark, let's have some fireworks. Ooh, fireworks. And then, let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today.
Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Let's do this. Back to the good old slice of life after all the mystery we got.
Ah, there's a shark and it's coming this way.
Better watch out, Azami.
That was a close one, Azami.
The heck? I'm a good swimmer, but there's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark.
It's okay, I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this fin. It's something to remember me by. Keep it with you always.
Sorry, Yusa, I don't really dig shark fins that much.
Oh, my heart. Look at this sea. It's like there are diamonds floating on the surface.
It really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty.
Oh, that shark's pretty cool. I should have picked a shark instead of a life buoy. But he's having such a blast, I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it.
What a cute little memory. Oh.
One grilled squid, coming right up. Ah, don't throw it, it's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. Let's see how you like it. Guess, oh, that's hot. You did that to yourself.
Hey, check out this huge sea snail Tsukasa caught. It's massive.
That's right. I may still be a rookie when it comes to scouts, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. Hey, can I borrow that lighter?
Sure. Want some squid too?
Oh, so I could just grill it directly?
Yeah, that's Kanashima's specialty. Fireworks style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it? Ah, the juice is going everywhere. It burns.
Whoops, sorry, my hand slipped.
There it is, the famous Yuza one-man show. Look at them. Nothing bad will happen. It's gonna be fine. See? Oh, so it was. So I do need to go back here actually. It is consistent. Gotcha. We cannot see what happens to our slice of life just yet. That's a lot of chapters. What was I missing? I guess start from after the water gathering. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. He's got a fair bit of diving in, huh? Feel like you got a better grasp of things now. For sure. Feel like my diver rank's gone up at least a bit, too. So, do you feel any different now? Does your body undergo any weird changes?
Nope, I feel exactly the same.
Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. I guess we were a bit off the mark, huh? Actually, Yuza's the idiot. Yeah, it's a nice change of pace. Should we call it a day? Alright, we've seen all this. I can skip a little. Oh, wait. Hold on. Here. I guess we're going here. I do need to keep an eye out, I guess, since I missed some stuff, apparently. Told you to catch to the market. I took your catch to the market while you were changing.
Oh, thanks, I appreciate it.
Keep this up. You should be able to make a healthy profit, even with the price of gas.
That's great.
I'll have to keep at it, then.
Hey, Orozami. Don't tell me you went out fishing today.
Oh, gee, how's your back doing?
Not going to get any better lounging around at home, that's for sure. More importantly, no one's meant to be taking their boats out right now because of the storm that's on the way. Don't tell me you didn't hear.
Yeah, but it was more of a warning than a rule, and the weather looked fine, so I figured it was okay.
You should know better than that, Azami. You youngins never listen, do you?
Chi Toyama. 59. The de facto leader of the Ama divers on Kanashima. She's a highly influential figure on this island. She married into a family on Kanashima shortly after the end of the Second World War at the age of 20, and working as an Ama diver for close to 40 years, rarely missing the opening day of each diving season. She's displayed a natural talent for diving ever since her days as an apprentice, coming to be known as Chi the Mermaid for the deft ease in which she moves through the water. In her heyday, she earned more money than her husband, enough to send all 3 of her sons to university, an achievement that she takes great pride in, and also earned her a considerable authority in her household. Now a grandmother to 7, a back injury has led to her being less active than she used to be, but she is still considered one of the most experienced divers on the island. Her graceful swimming shows no signs of decline, continuing to inspire others even now. Her estimated diver rank is 67. I didn't know it went that high. Going by the levels, I thought it would go up to like 25.
And going out with the Minakuchi boy of all people.
Actually, Azami only took out his boat because I asked him to help with my work.
Wait a dang second. Don't tell me you went out to dive.
Just be honest. They won't be mad if we're honest. Well, I did. I was thinking I could follow in Grant's footsteps and, become an armor diver.
Absolutely not. I won't allow it.
What? Why? Yours as a member of the association, same as anybody else. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine, right? Sure, it's rare for guys to become llama divers, but it's not like it's forbidden or anything.
That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm saying he shouldn't be allowed in the sea. It's obscene is what it is. Everyone agreed to put up with him being on the island for Suyu's sake. But now he gets it in his head to go diving of all things. Have you no sense, boy? Seems like I'll have to have a few words with Suyu. You not knowing your place is going to cause everyone trouble. Listen up, Minakuchi boy. You better keep your head down and stay put on dry land where you belong. No more diving, you hear?
Hey now, you don't think that's going a bit far? There's no need delaying to use it like that.
Azami,
What?
you really don't think anything of all this? After what his mother did?
Nope, not at all. Hughes hasn't done anything wrong. He was a victim of the disaster too. He more than anyone else.
Recently, there's been this strange rumbling coming from the sea. The same rumbling as 5 years ago. Everyone's scared of what might be coming. They are bracing themselves for another big disaster.
Oh, is that what you meant by the storm? The weather forecast said things are going to stay calm for a bit, though.
To hell with the weather forecast. It didn't save us 5 years ago. Anyhow, you see why we gotta stay in the God of the Sea's good graces. No doing anything to upset them. You got it?
Don't let it get you down, Yusa. She isn't a bad person at heart, but the old folks here are all pretty, firm in their beliefs, I guess. Yeah, it's only natural. I'm kind of expecting it, to be honest. Still, I didn't think she'd get that mad. Guess they have a bigger chip on their shoulders about all this than I thought. Seems like they really think your mom was to blame for the disaster. Yeah. I guess wanting to get to the bottom of things here is one of my reasons for becoming an Ama diver. Yeah. Everyone's been avoiding the topic until now, but that can't go on forever.
Hey, you two.
Huh?
Oh, it's Kikuko. Yeah, you two. Over there. Can I get some help with these boxes here? I needed to get them to the warehouse.
Ikuko Tsutsui. 28. A woman born and raised on Kamishima, unmarried. She is known for her friendly, sociable nature and almost sisterly tendency to look after others, both of which make her a familiar face to many on the island. Ever since her school days, Kikuko harbored a strong desire to leave Kamishima and make a life for herself elsewhere. While most of her classmates began working as Ama divers following graduation from middle school, she decided to enroll in the boarding school as a first step towards fulfilling this goal. Going on to graduate from a junior college in Aichi Prefecture, and then finding a job in a general administration at a company in Ise City. However, because her assigned work consisted only of unfulfilling menial tasks, she left after only 1 year. She changed jobs repeatedly over the following years, but found no further luck in subsequent workplaces. Recognizing that success as an Ama diver is determined solely by the extent of one's physical prowess and ingenuity, she came to find the idea of such work appealing, and moved back to Kamishima 4 years ago. Despite her late start as a diver compared to her peers, she leveraged her high athletic ability, a talent which even saw her star in the national athletic meet during her school days, and her innate knack for analytical thinking and research to consistently turn out good results. Her estimated diver rank is 41. Kikuko has had scant luck with men, having been introduced to several potential partners only to be turned down by all of them. Her parents, anxious for her future, worry that the large birthmark on her face is to blame, but Kikuko herself remains unfazed, citing her lack of interest in marriage as the primary cause, something which has caused them no end of concern. Although she endeavored to hide her birthmark with makeup while at school and during her time as an office worker, she has since embraced it, proudly proclaiming it to be her symbol. Tells you their diver ranks as if that's a real thing. Is that real almost? See, I thought the limit was like 25 because of the levels, but I guess not, so I really don't know how real or not it is.
Phew, thanks. I knew I could rely on you youngins to help out.
Youngins? You're a youngin too, Kiko. I was gonna say, she's like, what, 10 years older than us?
Oh, how kind. Pretty sure you're the only ones who'd say that, though. I was told out of nowhere to make sure anything valuable was stowed away just in case a storm hits. What a pain.
So you're getting ready for a storm too?
Yep, pretty silly when the weather's this good, huh? It's not like I can say no, though. Speaking of pains, I overheard she giving you an earful just now. Are you seriously planning on becoming an Amadiver user? Well, that was the plan, but it's looking like I might be forced into retirement before I even begin. Why now? Didn't you come back here to look after Suyu? Yeah, but I still have to work, and I've always been interested in diving. Graham was also pretty down about no longer being able to dive, so I thought it might cheer her up a bit. Ah, so you want to follow in Suyu's footsteps. Still, you must have noticed that everyone was on edge at just the thought of you coming back here. If they hear you went diving, there'll likely be a bit of an uproar. Are they really that set against Yuza going in the sea? Never heard anyone say anything like that. Well, they don't say it where you can hear it. Everyone loves you here, and they know you're close with Yuza. They probably feel they can't be that tough on him with you around. What was that? Yeah, well, never mind. Forget I said anything. I can't deny there's been this creepy rumbling coming from the sea recently, though. No wonder everyone's unnerved. If some sort of disaster does end up happening again, and Yuza gets caught doing something he wasn't meant to, that'll probably be it for him. Yeah, that's what I don't get. People seriously believe Yuza's mom caused that storm? Everyone suffered because of it, including Yuza's family. It's so stupid! Hey, I honestly think it's stupid too. But the truth is, there are a bunch of people who believe it. So making a fuss about it isn't going to get you anywhere, right? Besides, even if this storm doesn't come in the end, a different kind of storm may already be brewing. A different kind of storm? Well, you shouldn't have any trouble if you keep your head down. Just be good and do what you're told, and no one will get on your case, yeah? Give me a break! Why's he gotta keep his head down here? He was born and raised on Kamishima, just like everyone else! Hey, getting mad at me won't change anything. If it upsets you that much, why don't you leave? Leaving a place like this behind might be for the best, don't you think? Maybe, but I can't just ask my gran to move somewhere else at her age. Then you'll just have to put up with it. If you want to blame anyone, blame your mom. Did mom even do anything 5 years ago? No one wants to tell us anything. No idea. I only came back here after the disaster, so I don't know what happened at the time. Mr. Wakamura always seems like he knows more than he lets on now. Now that I think about it, why don't you just ask Suyu what she knows? Suyu? I've already asked Gran about it countless times. She says she doesn't know anything. And you don't think that's a bit suspicious? If anyone knows something, it'd be her, right? You might be right. It's pretty hard to read. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was hiding something anyway. Anyway, I do feel bad for you, but you just gotta grin and bear it. For everyone's sake, eh? Thanks for the help, you two. Try to stay out of trouble, okay? Kikuko really seemed like she didn't know anything, huh? The folks are way more on edge than I thought. Yeah. I've gotten the sense I'm not exactly welcome here ever since I came back. But I didn't think trying to make a living here would lead to that much backlash. Didn't realize everyone disliked my mom quite that much. That they were so suspicious of her. It seems like the timing wasn't great either. Everyone's wound up about these ill omens that are happening right now. Still, I'm sure now that my mom must have heard some sort of secret. And I'm almost certain it had to do with what we're looking into. If everyone hears that I went diving today, it might prompt people to start talking about what happened 5 years ago. True, if there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Suyu have to say about all this, too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. There we go. Oh, okay. I was worried they were about to spawn a bunch more, but no, okay, they're just adjusting the timeline. Gotcha. Neat. How dynamic. Alright. The residents of Kamishima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Amadiver. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Mare Minakuchi,
There's a reason for this, and that it is also the key to finding the mermaid. So he begins a full-scale search. I was also worried, yeah. Anytime to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Sue have to say about all this, too. Yeah, assuming Grant agrees to talk about it anyway. Oh my god, there's so much. I mean, I saw as much on the preview screen, but like actually seeing it in front of me, it's like, oh. Sorry, I got distracted. Let's start with the Wakamura residence. I needed to see this man and slap his bald head.
You two again? What are you doing here?
Oh, she's here too!
We're chatting about something important right now. Scram!
Guess we got no choice but to come back later, huh? Never mind! Let's go to town. Well, if it isn't Shotaro. Hey there, you two. Just the men I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Sato? No, haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. Didn't show? Did something happen? Oh, I'm sure it was just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he really has been acting off lately. I can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, pardon me. It's nothing for you two to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I heard you become an Ama diver. Yeah, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Oh, don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Wow, that's exactly it. You know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Oh, yeah. What was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer? What? Raging Waves? Raging Waves curse bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you think it means. And the curse bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just some superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. Yeah, no, I do have a bad feeling about something happening to this guy. Even if he does seem chill. But I should really get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? People really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamura about what he knows. Worth a shot, at least. Anyway, let's keep moving. Okay, now can we go back there? They're queuing me up. No, you're still here. Okay. I didn't mean to click the town clock again. My bad. Man, I'm really fumbling this. Seems like there's a bit of commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors. Want me to go ask? That'd be great. Thanks. Yeah, no, like the the clock dissolve is real funny. Hey, what's up? Did something happen?
Oh, if it isn't Azami.
I don't know if you've heard, but whoosh. 15 minutes later. Welcome back. Man, once they get started, they never stop talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things? You want the normal news first or the worrying news? Let's worry first, that way we can even out after. Let's hear the worrying news. Okay then. There are reports that 2 Ama divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ijika town on the mainland. Oh, were they diving accidents or something? I'd guess so. It seems like it's still under investigation, though. He hasn't been that rough lately. But I guess it is a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. Still, 2 Ama divers going missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. Wasn't that long ago that there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know?
I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ichika?
Maybe this is why Chi was going on about bad omens.
Yeah. It's definitely worrying news.
Alright, so we got a bunch of tourists visiting right now as usual. What's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Oh, really? I hear the Issei Grand Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. What's more, it seems I've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently, they said they've come here looking for mermaids.
Mermaids?
Curious, right?
Yeah. Right when we were looking into them, too.
And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about your mom, Arimina Kuchi, too. What, but why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they say.
Wonder where they are now.
They're probably still on Kamishima at least. The question is where? Well, I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know who they are, right? Apparently they're an older man and a younger girl.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them.
Okay, looks like that's all the info we're gonna get around here.
Let's try going somewhere else.
Whoosh. Okay, let's go to Tori. This soundtrack is, like, just as good as the first game, if not a little better. I'm really digging it. Huh? Tsukasa? Sato, what's going on?
I'm sorry, I can't explain right now.
Tsukasa, come on. We're drawing too much attention here. Hey! What was that all about? Something was definitely up with them. She got rejected. Yeah, that's definitely what it's looking like. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato says she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. True, we shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still, I get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Okay, let's go here then. Let's head home.
Welcome back, Yuza. Oh, and Azami's here too.
Thanks for having me.
You 2 went out diving today, didn't you? How'd it go? Did you get a decent haul?
Gran about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an Ama diver, but I found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut.
Goodness, did something happen? Oh my.
Chi and the others said all that?
Ooh.
If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? You're sure it's okay? No point fretting over pointless details is what I always say. He'd say they bullied you out of it like a normal guy. Yeah. 63. A former Ama diver born in the Taisho period, a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best Ama divers in Kaneshima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chi Toyama, also known as Chi the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son, Tosuke, was 3 years old. Oof.
I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza.
It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. Are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom?
Well, no reason I can think of.
I'd like to get to the bottom of things if possible. It's going to affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying, It does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving?
Well, no reason I can think of.
The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know.
Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom.
But I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? You really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom?
Well, alright, I'll be honest with you. Mare wasn't actually human.
Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real?
Wait, don't tell me you believe that. Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense?
Wait, you were joking?
Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you, but you sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that. I have nothing more to teach you, young user.
Oh, here I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Not good. She's giving us a slip. We're not gonna get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk if we had more information.
So, how'd you dive out in the bay go?
That went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson Yuza, but in truth, I'm a living legend. Kamishima's patron saint of diving.
Well now, that does sound impressive. Though I think living legend is a bit much. I'd rate you as a legend in training at best.
Yeah, you could tell all that with just a single glance.
I know a greenhorn when I see one. Come back when you've spent a bit more time in the sea, eh?
But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an amateur will have to wait.
No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time.
I don't know about that. Your grandma's the same as ever, eh?
Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mare's outfit, eh?
Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit into my mom's clothes at this age.
You never did get any taller after middle school, did you?
Damn! A constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. It doesn't make you any less charming.
Uh-huh.
You have any diving advice for me, Gran?
Advice, eh? Let's see. If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to have a big catch, switching your focus to bringing as many small catches as possible should net you a good result.
I see. That'll be great help. Thank you for your gameplay tips, Grandma. Wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips, would you?
Well now, bold as brass, aren't we? But I'm glad you're keen to learn. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas when diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones.
Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one.
On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones.
The more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be.
Got it. A whopper of a catch could still be hiding in a barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings.
Thanks, Grandma. You always know just what to say. Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Was everything okay? How are you feeling?
Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. She really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that.
Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often.
Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly.
Huh, I had no idea.
I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today.
I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright?
Of course, of course.
I'm always happy to help, you know? There's no need to depend on others so much.
I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know?
And besides, she does a much better job of cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuza.
See, I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get.
Mari found it difficult to fit in here on the island. The environment she'd grown up in was quite different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community. No other reason I can think of for the beef others had with her. Alright. We're going out for a bit again, Gran.
Got it. You two take care, okay?
Man, just like... Yeah, the character work, like, already, we're only like a few hours in, but it feels just like so much like... Not to say the first game was shallow, not by any stretch, but like this feels like fleshed out to a whole other level. It feels like they sort of like learned some lessons from the previous game and like evolved, I guess, which is nice.
Ah, old man Wakamura. You mind if we ask you something real quick?
It's just one thing after another today. What now? Azami and Minakuchi boy. I heard from Chi you two went out into the bay to do some diving earlier. Well, I've got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Okay. So, boy, are you serious about wanting to become an armor diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking into Mare Minakuchi. What's the meaning of this? It's not what you think. I really do just want to become an armor diver. A likely story. I bet you're looking to clear your ma's name just to get everyone off your back, am I wrong? Anyway, my point is... No more sticking your nose where it don't belong, got it? And most of all, no becoming an armor diver! Damn, okay. So, if I give up on becoming an armor diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All this sniffing around you're doing sure ain't falling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suyu about all this business, not me. She's gotta know more than I do. Oh? Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Gran says she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. Huh. Well, she even said that to you. What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. Suyu's always been tight-lipped about Mare Minakuchi. Where she came from, what her deal was. So you've been saying Yu's mom was to blame for that massive storm, even though you don't know for sure? Suyu ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it yourselves. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves Curse Bearer? What? Where did you hear about that? It's gotta be Shotaro. Boy could never keep his mouth shut. We heard some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? It does. The Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the Raging Waves? And your mother, Mare Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy. What? My mom would have never done something like that! Just because you don't remember doesn't mean she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who can say? But it don't make a difference either way. I don't know how you could say Miss Mara was a curse bearer or whatever if you don't know anything about her. You even have any proof? Proof? I've got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need. A sorcerer? You're basing this all on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break! You can believe what you like, don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. Really normal sentences to say, yeah. But I don't have time to butt heads with you two. But I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. Looks like there's no point in trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. Do you really think there's a storm coming? And that storm is caused by a curse? We gotta hold on to that one, yeah. Of course I do. Some fellows who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? I know, it's true. The sorcerer told me. Yeah. I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. But even you two must have noticed that rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's the proof that the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger. So that's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for a storm? Sure is. Naturally, I can't just come out and say it's because of a curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go onto the water in these circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep off the sea forever. You darn toot, which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. My bad, that was a zombie. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though? Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine. Let's see if this'll change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Taishima, it was called. Taishima? It's the first I've heard of it. They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. The truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves. And the resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea. Raiders and all. Is that true? That curse is still rolling about in the seas near here to this very day. Just one little push, and that storm can come barreling down on Kaneshima next. A push? Something that would awaken the islanders' anger again. Such as... someone with ties to those raiders, say a descendant of theirs, drawing near to where Taishima was. A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima? Sure am, and as her son, you share her blood. But how could that... Only natural everyone would see you as a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you back on the island, you know. You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. It's a coach from Left 4 Dead 2. I don't have a visual reference for this, but I'm sure when I look it up later, it'll be a really funny comparison. You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Are you saying the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamishima? Nah, there were signs even before you came back, so the direct cause was probably something else. That still don't change the fact that you're a bad omen, though. Yeah. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight home and stay out of my way. I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? At least the wizards he talks to are telling him correct things. You can't just say this. That's all I'm gonna say on the matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put. Seems like that's all we're gonna get out of him. Oh, wizards are always correct. I'm cropping this for later. I'm putting this in out of context later. Y'all can't escape. Maybe we could ask Suyu about what we just heard. She might be able to tell us more.
Oh, was there something else you needed, user?
You think they get people to play this game, true?
By the way, Gran, we just went to Mr. Wakamura and there's something I wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been a bit off recently, you see.
Please don't say that. A lot of Ama divers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter.
Someone has no sense of humor.
So, do you know what everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer?
Wow, I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering.
So you have heard of it before.
Oh, drat. Me and my big mouth.
He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse, or something like that. That's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true, though?
Well, if you know that much, I suppose I can tell you two the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up and around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the Southern Bay later, once the sun's gone down.
Right. Thanks, Gran. You can't tell us about it now?
I think it'd be easier to show you what I mean.
Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown. If you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? Want to prepare yourself for this one. Okay. Going out again for a bit, Gran.
Got it. You two take care, okay?
Man, we haven't gone back here, I guess. Sure. Oh, looks like Kikuko's back. Want to try talking to her again?
Yeah, let's give it a shot. What now? I've had my fill of shady rumors for a day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead.
Something fun. Got any ideas, Yuza?
Well, how about this?
Oh my god! Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves?
Nope, never heard of it. What is it?
Well, we went to talk to Mr. Wakamura just now, and...
Wait, so you mean disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse? That same curse is gonna cause the same thing to happen again?
So it seems.
The hell is he on about? Trying to pass things off as some occult tripe? Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish.
Shouts the rubbish.
Well, it did seem pretty believable. Oh, please. He's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently.
A sorcerer?
Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff.
Jotaro did say he's been behaving oddly recently.
Even Jotaro thinks so?
That's gotta be it. So it's just the hoax.
You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse?
About those boxes we helped you with just now. What was the delivery everyone was expecting? Was that... Oh, sorry. Was that the delivery everyone was expecting?
Yep, the latest Kamishima merch, hot off the presses.
I thought so.
What do we have this time? You wanna know?
I bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt.
Sure am.
Gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima.
Tourists seem to love that shirt too. You wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this!
What is that? A hand mirror?
Bingo! A specially made hand mirror with a Kameshimaru design on the back. So, what do you think?
Looks great. Why'd you go with another hand mirror, though?
Well... mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god.
Oh, that's cool. With all these people living on the island and surrounded by a sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here.
And it's small enough to fit in your pocket, too. It's both cute and practical.
Wow, you really thought of everything, huh?
I've actually been handing these out to Ama divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that they should hang on to it for good luck.
Oh, so everyone has one. That's kind of nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an Ama diver too now, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one?
Yeah. Oh, right. I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver, given what happened earlier. Like it really matters. We've got plenty, so you should take one too. Thanks. Sorry for your trouble. It's no big deal. I don't want you to feel left out or anything. I guess that means the zombie's getting one as well. Here you go.
Wow, really? I'm always down for more Kameshi Maru merch.
Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. Everyone else was really happy to get theirs too. Even your grandma seems to like it, Yuza. Said she'd be sure to use it from now on.
Really? I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we got that. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh yeah, that's something I've been wondering for a while.
Yeah?
Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kameshi Maru, Kikuko?
Nope, I can't take credit for that one.
Oh right, I forgot you didn't know Yuza. No what?
At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew a design for it.
He looks a bit ill, huge fan, alright.
Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? They're even mascots for the World Expo and the Japan games.
Oh, I see. So Tsukasa drew this?
I only heard about it after the fact, too.
I didn't know she was so good at drawing.
It's not just a cute little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression. Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Azami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut.
I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know? She put a lot of effort into it.
I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth.
How interesting. I'm glad I asked. Yo, there he is. Also, let me just get that.
Did you go diving today as well, Kikuko? Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat out into the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much to show for it.
The North Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you?
No, I went by myself. Why do you ask?
No particular reason. Just taking notes for later.
I see. You're really serious about becoming an Ama diver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now.
It's okay. Any information you can give me is help enough.
Sorry, I'll help out when things have died down, okay? By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in today?
Enough to not be a complete beginner anymore, I think.
Right on. You definitely have potential. That much is for sure.
Wow, it's pretty impressive you can tell all that just by looking at him.
Hey, I thought of a way I could show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize.
Whoa, isn't that great, Yuza? What was your highest score today again?
Let's see,
I think it was 177.
Oof, I'm afraid you weren't quite up to snuff. Too bad.
Ugh, I've brought shame to my name as the patron saint of diving. Get on that, Perry. Step it up. Oh, but I need to finish. I need to, like, get out of the chapter first so I can quickly come back here once I get the points. Do you have any tips for might help when diving?
Hey, now, it's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free.
Oh, no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics will be helpful.
The basics, huh? How about this, then? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings.
Ah, so being too focused on your cats can get you into trouble.
That makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay?
Thanks.
I'll be careful.
If I'm allowed to ever go diving again, that is.
That's all I got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Suyu. By the way, have you seen those 2 foreign tourists that were supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec. Foreign tourists? Here? Today? No, wait. What did they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know much about it.
I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though.
Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Hey now, you two had better not be thinking of following them around the gob. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you?
Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not?
I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right?
Okay, we will. Alright.
Man, I sure hope I run into us foreigners before they leave.
I've been trying to hide what she really thinks anymore.
Have you heard about the 2 Ama divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering.
You think they were just accidents?
Well, some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad's gonna happen. But you should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious.
That's probably true, yeah.
Personally, though, I think they were probably just unfortunate accidents. Hope they're both found safe and sound. Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then.
Oh. Where to next? Ooh. Nope, that's everything. Okay. Just did a little out of order. Did we go to Chuo Street? Yes. Oh, here's where you went. Ah, Chi.
You two again? Still wandering around and poking your noses into businesses you shouldn't be? How's about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you do is gonna make me change my mind. I'm saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Mikanuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh? For my sake? You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle, even. It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier. Ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie.
Is that how Yuza's mom caused that curse or whatever?
So you already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager.
Do you believe the curse, Miss Chi?
Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mare Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. I said before and I'll say it again, no diving! My stance there hasn't changed a bit, you hear me?
Damn, guess that's that.
By the by, where'd you go diving today?
Yeah, well, Yuza wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island.
Say what? What were you thinking diving into the Southern Sea of all places? You've got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago. Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. That strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright? Alright.
Oh, I almost forgot. Have the 2 foreign tourists come by here at all?
Sure did. Saw him just now, actually.
What?
Do you know where they went? Looked like they were headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell.
The lighthouse, huh?
Gotcha.
A lighthouse on the eastern side of Kamishima. The narrow passage between Cape Irago and Kamishima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night. So much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of the Awa and the Ondo no Seto Strait in sailors' songs about the most feared waterways. Don't go following them around just because we don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear? Gee, we heard that 2 Ama divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Yeah, it's a bad omen as well. I do. I'm well aware of just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another? That tells me there's something off with the sea itself. We all done here? You two should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear? Yeah. That was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Alright, well, let's head over to the lighthouse then, eh? There's the man. And also the little freak that we fought earlier. Oh, looks like we found them. That looks like them, all right. Excuse me. You rang? Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way to here to talk to us? Welcome, welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please, make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us? Why is he the one welcoming us?
It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk.
Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk. Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. It's probably safe to assume you know we've been making the rounds here, asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way up here to meet us. Which means... I've got it. We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island. Committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come here to tell us that the lighthouse is off limits to everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. Oh, the bitter taste of failure. And thus does my stint as the aspiring detective end in ignominy. I'd say that whole show is kind of a social faux pas, at least.
Don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time.
Don't worry, we need our... we need our slightly mentally ill older man one way or the other in these games. I see. He must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh, asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you, yes, my name's Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship. And also because I like it better. I described this pair as being my dog, the old man was the dog. I wasn't sure, when you were saying the thing about the one with the dog, I honestly wasn't sure at the time if you were talking about these two or, Yumeko and Soto. Now playing the game, I see it kind of applies to both. Okay then, Avi. She is just staring directly at me. Ah, such a pleasant ring to it. And what can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Miss Cersei Lunarlight here is a distant relative of mine.
Yes, Miss Cersei Lunarlight would be me. Nice to meet you.
I'm Yuzumi Nakuchi, a resident of Kamishima, and this is... Azami Kumoi. Nice to meet you. Uzo and Azami, eh? The pleasure's mine. Wait. Minakuchi. Oh, so we piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach spanning the Atlantic, from Bonnie, England to vast America. Like, it's a fake last name, don't give me that. It sure is a bit more, like, flowery than any other name we've seen in this series, yeah.
Not that any of his books sell at all.
That's right, for some reason no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I heard more as an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now. Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax! Who are you talking to now? I see. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit. Footloose, fancy-free, and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own business! You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug, I say! Stick a... I'm good, actually. Thanks. He's so much funnier than I imagined. Yeah, I had a feeling I'd like this guy. Impressive as it is, I can see doing this pose 3 times may have been a bit much. What a character. What a character. This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Cersei here just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide. Your guide? Indeed! She's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena. And such a pleasure to converse with as well.
Isashima is a deeply spiritual region, full of sacred places I've always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. Oh,
we can't get this one yet. This one's got a story lock on it. Understood.
In fact, I think it did a bit.
You must have been really excited, huh? Just really that special compared to other places? Yeah, I thought Cersei would be the leading one here, but you know.
Of course, it wasn't called the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world for nothing, you know.
The land whither what?
What's this? You've never heard it called that? It is said that Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the Empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. She received the divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the Ise Grand Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise.
Whoa, you gotta slow down there a bit. So, what does that mean exactly? We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? Oh, yeah, I think I remember. Sorta. Basically, Ise is such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right?
Exactly. It has such an enchanting vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long.
But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses kept bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure, you seem to really like Iseshima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. Here we go. A fancy author. They don't sell well. Unmarried. He has apparently come to Japan in search of mermaids. 15, as I thought. Yeah. Young girl from England on exchange to Japan seems to harbor ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Okay. Well, yeah. Will you be staying on Kamishima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places.
We've actually already booked a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this.
Oh, I guess you don't have much time left then, huh? So, what brings you to Kamishima today? I'm glad you asked, young Yuza. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down this island, would there?
So you really are looking for mermaids?
Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature.
Sure, yeah, we know that much at least.
Ah, then I may be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject.
Additional information?
I can summon this JPEG right next to my face. Look at this. Well, you may be aware the typical Western mermaids envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It's thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale The Little Mermaid is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it causes image to enter common knowledge.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too. A typical mermaid, right?
Ah, but the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. Mermaid only has the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. Appears to have seen more as an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. Legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human.
Sure, that makes sense.
People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh? Isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creature that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there are also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years.
Different types of mermaids, huh?
Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as a cult malarkey.
I think I see what you mean. Listen to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi.
But of course I do! After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Bum bum bum.
This is all very compelling.
Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone's agreed with me on the matter.
You've tried already, yeah.
we got like one central thing to be locking in on instead of 7 this time, so it's like just a lot more of the keyword. And that brings to me my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would ya?
Unfortunately, I've never heard any folklore about mermaids here.
I see. That would align with the answers we've received to our other inquiries thus far. It would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear.
Well, it's probably not just because of that.
I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assume everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure it's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very vocal minority, yeah? If you're not interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? You have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here? An excellent question. I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists. Taishima? Indeed. I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago.
3 of them? And you even know their names?
We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know that records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Issei Bay? Wait, really?
That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Issei City, both of which border Issei Bay.
Whoa, I had no idea.
I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested.
Oh my god. Mermaids of Betsuho. According to the Kokan Shomonju, a collection of notable tales, old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuho and Issei province. modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawage Town, and Sioux City. The Mermaid of Futamigara. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in Kagenki, the ancient annals of Ryuji Temple, covering the latter half of the Kamakura period to the Nanbokucho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami, Ise Province, modern-day Futami town in Ise City, in the second year of the Enbon era. The mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name comprised of the characters affiliated with long life. There's Yabakuni, although the exact time period is unclear. Legends tell of a girl named Asato, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yabakuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. And the 3 mermaids at Taishima. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Avi's research, 3 mermaids purportedly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Interesting. Thanks, this is all very interesting. So, which type of mermaid are you looking for, Avi? Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. Fish mermaids? But the mermaids sighted around Saishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human as well. By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right? Indeed, the ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are, fish mermaids. Or that's what I call them anyway. I see. I don't know whether that makes it easier to understand or more complicated. In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you would eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right? Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine eating the flesh of human mermaids. I personally believe the human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people. Oh, I wonder. How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu? Ryugu? Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro? Just so! It could well be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale. Oh, I was right? They'll probably get into it. I'm losing steam. I gotta choose what I read. The Ryu, dragon, surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides. The palace of the Dragon King. It stares at gay people, true? I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestesses who attend to the god of the sea. Those women are collectively referred to as Otohime. Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she? Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale. But she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It's said that they were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids. Oh. That's what I hear you say. But what's that I hear you say? That all's well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then. Take it away, Cersei.
Right. As a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier.
Oh, really?
In other words, the sea around Ise, which is said to consist of waves from the Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids, right? That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. But in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the Tamate Bako. Ugh. If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think?
I see. But that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh. Oh, you see? Intriguing, is it not? But how would you even get to Ryugu? Ha! What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale? That's right, a turtle, or Kame. And what is the name of the island we are currently standing upon?
Oh, Kamishima! And there you have the reason for our visit. Do you believe there might be some clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kamishima? Could Kamishima really have some sort of link to Ryugu? Some point with tinfoil hats on about this stuff. It is kinda hitting that, like, Uchikoshi level. Which is fine by me, personally, but, like... still, like, yeah. We never really locked in on one single legend this much back in the other game. It's a refreshing change of pace. By the way, Yuza. Yes? You said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct? Yes, that's right. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi? Huh? Mare Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago. Ah, I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago. You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you? No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Just some sort of connection to mermaids? Ah, well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure. Please, tell me! I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know! Well, now, you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit, huh? Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between mermaids and Mari Minakuchi. His personal research into your mom. When you put it like that, it's like... sounds like some middle school joke. Some joke middle schoolers would make, I mean. A rumor? From where? Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well. I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the Islanders who used to call Taishima home. What? So someone survived the disaster that sunk Taishima and their descendants are still around today? Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima. I see. By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge won't wound your good conscience. Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have. Yuza. Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see... Oh, she was saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother? Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive. Oh no, on the contrary, I find it very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Why, you ask? Why? There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on human form several decades ago, and has lived among humans ever since. What? No way! That would fit perfectly with our theory. Ha ha ha! Color me surprised as well. This is my surprise face, by the way. But it would be very interesting if that was the case. Sorry, Avi. I think I'm at my limit. Oh my, that bad, is it? Is something wrong? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it appears we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today. Now that you mention it, looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we've found. If you could just stay a little longer. Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too, but the little lady's been feeling a little under the weather ever since arriving here, you see. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're not gonna get another nosebleed. If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all. Thank you. I'm just about holding it in. I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching. A calamity? You can't mean... I forgot to mention, young Cersei here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift. Oh, okay, but as reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, I'll be back tomorrow. tomorrow. Yuza. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Avi!
You rang?
If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible? Please!
Oh, didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well. If I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps.
Thank you.
Man, that sure was a stroke of good luck. I thought I'd have so much info for us. Managed to learn a lot, but seems like getting any more from them today will be a bit tough.
I really need that information by tomorrow, though.
Oh my god, this section is so long, bro. I just want to wrap up. I want to wrap up so I can go diving on my own time.
Oh? Was there something else you needed?
I'm just going around seeing where I need to go next. You did click into the investigation section. The rest of these were like a decent, like, short length. I forgot some of these can get beefy. Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we've learned so far?
Yeah, good idea.
First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the Islanders. Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone in this island believes in it, though. Kikuko and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all, yeah. We also managed to speak with those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises. We also had rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed, and that one of them assumed human form. I never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those three living near Taishima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. What that girl said about a calamity approaching is bothering me a bit, too. There's no way she should know about the curse of the raging waves, right? You think that means the curse is real after all? Oh! That's not me! I just realized something! Yeah? If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, wouldn't that mean its curse bearer is still around today? Oh, damn! You're right! But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seems to think I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing, too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. But the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real, anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You know what she's planning to tell us about at the bay tonight, yeah? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming! Let's go! Ah!
Why? Why?
What's going on? I'm scared. What happened? What's wrong? Tsukasa, what's going on?
I don't. We were just. Then Sato just.
Yusa, look over there. What? Damn it, they were intentional death flags. Fuck, it wasn't an endearing character trait. Sato, there's blood everywhere. What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead.
Sato just suddenly. We were just. But then she got cut down.
Oh shit. The other one. Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic.
Wait, what's happening? Whoa! Sato, her wound is... The wound is... gone? Sato! Sato! Are you okay? Sato!
Oh! Oh, Nelly. Ooh, the way the UI started cutting in there, I'm glad we're, you know, they did allude to it before, but I'm glad the meta elements are still very much in play. Yeah, that is a crazy place to leave it. Yeah, but I gotta go get 2,000 points in fishing. So that is where we're gonna have to leave it for today. Dude, they set me up with the most killer cliffhanger imaginable. But yeah, no, with her, like, coming back to life and stuff, yeah, it's like, huh. Oof. That's gonna do it for now, though. And I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Oh, man, just fantastic first impression. I'm really enjoying this, and I'm excited to play more. But yeah, I'll be heading off for now. Yeah, it was showing us, like, the Yao Bikuni or something like that. I'll have to look deeper into it later. But, yeah. I'm gonna get going for now. Thanks for stopping by. I will see you around. Bye.